hybrid meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council Planning Committee. I'm going to ask Maura to do the notice and summons of meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be held hybrid, socially distanced meeting to be conducted remotely via WebEx and also physically in the Chamber, Guildhall, on Wednesday, the 18th of May, 2022. Alderman Alan Breslin. Alderman Alan Breslin. I'll move on. Alderman Derek Hussey. Alderman Derek Hussey. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Here, Maura.
Thank you, Keith.
Alan is on, but he must have a problem with his mic, but I see him logged into the meeting.
Okay, I'll come back.
There is an apology in from Hillary.
Thank you, Keith. Apologies for Hillary. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
In the chamber. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Online, Maura.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Control.
Thank you, Paul, in the chamber. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Sure.
In the chamber. Councillor Dan Kelly.
Sure, Maura.
Thank you, Dan. Councillor Patricia Logue. Thank you, Patricia. Patricia's in the chamber. Councillor Kieran Maguire.
Sure, Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Philip McKinney.
Here.
In the chamber. And Councillor Sean Mooney.
Here.
Thank you. In the chamber as well. I'll just go back. Alderman Alan Breslin. He's on the meeting, but not getting a call out, Chair. Alderman Derek Hussey. Alderman Derek Hussey. No. Thank you, Chair.
I apologise, I'll start again. I'd like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the Guildhall or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeat viewing. The broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance in this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council website, www.derrystrabane.com. Thank you. Okay, do we have any declarations of members' interest? I do believe we have one, yes. Councillor Jackson.
Very good, Chair. I need to declare an interest in item number 5, or application number 5, LA11 2018 1166F. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Now we're moving on to Chair's business, and I'd like to start by handing the floor over to Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me in. And Chair, it's the only thing I just wanted to raise. Unfortunately, she's not been able to attend today, but it is Alderman McClintock's effectively. She has standing down from council, and this would have been her last planning meeting. Unfortunately, circumstances she hasn't been able to attend today. I think she is hoping to attend tomorrow if the meeting continues on for the second day. But circumstances were such. But just, Chair, on my own behalf and on my party's behalf, just wanted to pay credit to her in regards to our term and our tenure on the planning committee, as she's been on from the start since the planning function was devolved to this council. And I know personally, in my capacity there, coming from the other end of the council area and Alderman Breslin, and having Hillary's input to give us a wee bit more knowledge in regards to what the situation was with applications within the city or various things like that. I found it a great benefit, and it's again, you're learning all the time at the planning committee, and again, she has this experience, and it'll be a loss for us that we can touch base with issues with her. So I just wanted to thank her for her assistance to me personally and to the planning committee. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me in.
Thank you for that, Alderman. I'm going to hand across to Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Gallagher.
Very good, Chair. And on the same vein, I want to take this opportunity to wish Alderman McClintock all the best. As somebody who, as Alderman Kerrigan alluded to, as somebody who has been part of this planning committee since its inception, there was a very steep learning curve, and it's a learning curve that we all came through together. I would like to think that we learned a lot from each other, and I certainly learned a lot from working alongside Alderman McClintock at this committee. And I believe that it's Hillary's absence from this committee will be a loss, an overall loss, because not only did she represent the constituents of the Waterside ward with exception, she also took a keen interest in planning applications right across the city and district, and I think that she needs to be commended for the work that she carried out at this committee and her overall role as an elected representative. So I want to take this opportunity on behalf of Sinn Féin to wish Alderman McClintock the very best.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. And just short and sweet, I just echo the sentiments of previous speakers and just like to wish Hillary all the best in her retirement. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Concur with all the comments from colleagues on the committee, and I think it's fair to say that Hillary's contribution to this committee was unquestionably a positive for all concerned. And I know that any applications that came in front of her, indeed in front of all of us, were always treated with fairness and with reasonable consideration. And just to say again, just to reiterate what Councillor Jackson has said, Hillary indeed was one of the original members of the planning committee, slowly but surely getting through us all. And that's a 7-year commitment to this particular committee and all of the various subcommittees that aren't carried out in public. There's very much work, as you yourself and others in the committee will know, and Hillary's dedicated quite an awful lot of her time and her expertise to planning, to development of the local development plan in particular. And I know people expect that that's what we're here to do, but the challenges of the planning committee in particular and the level of commitment over a 7-year period has to be remarked upon. So again, just to wish Hillary all the best going forward. Of course, now she'll get to spend more time with her family, and I know that's her ambition, and to wish her well on behalf of the SDLP. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you all for those comments, and on behalf of the Alliance Party and myself, I wish her well in her retirement. Thank you. Okay, members, just going to move on to late items, and Maura wishes to speak on a few of them. Go ahead, Maura.
Thank you, Chair. Members, there's quite a few late items that have been submitted since you would have received your pack, and I just want to run through those with you again, because there's quite a number have been even received in the last today as well. So I just want to run through them as normal. In terms of item 1, we have one late item, and that is from a Mr. Carlin, and that's a photograph only, and that was received on the 16th of May. In terms of item 4,
With regard to item 4, there's quite a few items to go through. So what I would suggest when we decide to come to item 4, and we do come to item 4, I will give you time to read through all those late items from item 4, give you some time. Okay, members?
thank you, Chair. I'll just list these members just to be sure that you've noted them. Firstly, there's an email to and from DFI Road Service from Mr. McAteer, and that's the 13th and the 17th of May. There's a document forward by Mr. McAteer on the 16th of May. There's further appendices from Mr. McAteer, 1, 3, and 4 appendices submitted on the 17th of May. There's maps and a note from RPS in relation to DFI roads submitted by Mr. McAteer on the 17th of May. There's a supplementary submission submitted by Mr. McAteer on the 17th of May. And also there's an email on DFI roads discussion paper submitted by Mr. McAteer on the 18th of May. So moving on then to item 5. We have a number, there's 3 different pieces of information there. There's an email from Katrina McFeely, and that's the 16th of May. There's also an email and acoustic report submitted by the agent Lee Kennedy on the 17th of May, and an email from the agent Simon Adianka on the 17th of May.
Members, just with reference to item 5, LA11 2018/1166F, I want you to have a think about it, and I'm sure you have all read the letter and the circumstances, and I think perhaps maybe we should consider deferring it. Right. Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Chair. And I have read the letter. I'm not sure everybody else has, but for the benefit of those who did, my view on that would be that I think it would be reasonable to accede to the request for a deferral and a postponement of any decision today, Chair, and I'm going to propose that. Bearing in mind the content of the letter, I think that's the least we could do at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So Councillor Boyle's proposing we defer it, and I have Councillor Minnie wishes to speak on. You second that,
Chair.
Yeah. Okay, it's deferred.
Chair, I wonder, could I come in on that? Yeah. In regards to that deferral, members, I'm just seeking your views on whether officers can use their protocol for delegated refusal should the information not be received within a certain timeline. Just wondering if there was a timeline there, Chair, that we could work towards, given the fact that, you know, it is quite an old application. But just wondering what their thoughts are on that in terms of timeline, and whether or not, if nothing is received or not all the information received, that we would either use a delegated refusal or we would bring it back to committee. Just get direction from members, please.
Chair,
Go ahead. Sorry, who's that?
Councillor Maguire.
Sorry, go ahead there. Sorry.
Yeah, Chair, just given the circumstances surrounding this application and what the family had to deal with over the past while, their personal experiences, I don't think delegated. Sorry, still there?
Yes, go ahead, Kieran. Sorry, did you?
I
How
don't
long do
think-
you reckon for though for the before we have
Yeah.
to make a decision timeline?
I think it should come back to the committee, Chair. I don't think delegated refusal would be the right way to go. As far as I go by the letter, they're still trying to find their feet on things, so maybe they should come back.
Kieran, I'm picking up what you're saying. Should it come back to council within next month?
Yeah, well, with the acoustic report is in, Chair, so I think it should come back to council and not a delegated refusal. Maybe council officers might need 2 months to go through it. I don't know, but it should come back to the committee.
Okay, so you're saying, Kieran, basically it should come back to the committee once we have the information in from the applicant?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Councillor Boyle?
Vice Chair, that's what I was about to suggest as well. It should come back to committee. I don't feel it appropriate at this point for us to put a timeline or a time frame on that. Whatever might be deemed reasonable. Again, as Councillor McGuire's pointed out, you know, there does appear to be personal extenuating circumstances in relation to this particular application. And again, I use the word reasonable, so I think we need to be reasonable. So let's not put a time frame on it for now, and let officers report back to us in due course.
Thank you for that, John. Have Derek Hussey, Alderman Hussey?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for difficulty in getting logged on at the beginning. Totally concur with the deferral given the circumstances and agree that the matter should be brought back to committee and not dealt with in a delegated fashion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Derek. Okay, Maura, move on item 6.
Sorry, I'm just clarifying then that there is no timeline on returning the application. And there's quite a lot of insufficient information on that and been with us for a while, so it's just whenever.
Or I think what we're saying here is whenever the information all comes through, that it comes back to committee, basically, and not put any, no time on it. What seemed to agreed. Go ahead, John.
Chair, bottom line is, I'm sure the applicant has gone through quite a lot to get to this particular stage. Of course, I would consider it would be in their interest to try and get that information in as quickly as they possibly can, if they want it to be considered by this committee. And I would recommend to them that they do that and don't drag it out beyond what we may consider reasonable.
Thank you for those comments, John. Yep, I think we've all agreed with that. Thank you. I'll move on to late items as well. Item 6 is a letter from MLA Daniel McCrossan. Okay. Maura, do you want to come in on item 2?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In terms of item 2, members, I've been advised from officers that we've had some recent legal advice that we need to take into account for a number of cases. And in particular, in relation to this particular application, we need to review the application and the report in regard to that. So at the moment, in order to undertake that review, I need to pull this application from the schedule, but I'll return it hopefully next month for members to make a decision. But I just want to ensure the robustness of it at this stage. So I'm just seeking withdrawal from the schedule for a month, Chair, if that's possible. Thanks.
All members agreement with that? Anyone wish to speak on it? Okay, that's fine, Maura. Okay, moving on to running order. Running order today will be 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. That's 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Item number 1, LA 11-2021-0375F, and it's going to be presented by Suzanne.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, members, just initially at the start, there is obviously a lead item with a photograph which Laura has referred to at the start of the meeting today. I'm just trying to get the slideshow up here. So this application is for the variation of a condition, number 2 of the planning approval, LA 11 2020 0210F, to reduce visibility to the east, and that's a reduction of a visibility display.
Suzanne, can I stop you there? I made a bit of a bloomer there. I forgot about, my apologies, members. Matters arising from the open municipal planning meeting held on Wednesday, 6th of April. My apologies. Okay, no matters arising. Thank you. Thank you. Carry on, Suzanne. Sorry about that.
Okay. Yes, so members, that's the application on the screen, LA 11 2021 0375, and it's for the variation of condition 2 of planning approval, LA 11 2020 0210F, to reduce visibility display to the east. This slide then obviously is the location map of the site, and then that's just the satellite overhead. You can see the red line is just not that clear, but this is the display along the Somerville Road. This is Bells Park Road here. So in terms of the site is currently accessed via an existing access to Finview Holiday Cottages. And the site is for the two-story dwelling construction has commenced. And this application is obviously to reduce one visibility display in the easterly direction, which is to the northeast down the Bells Park Road. Just show you pictures here looking down towards the area display in question here. This is the entrance obviously in red. And then this is looking back up towards the site from the northeasterly direction. So the policy context is listed in front of you as in your packs. Both the planning policy and the supplementary planning guidance is relevant here. And then there have been a considerable number of representations on this case, members. And I just want to clarify an issue in the report. The report referred to 21 letters of objection. There have actually been 22 letters of objection from more than 5 individual objectors, and there has been 1 letter of support from a third party. So importantly, the objections do raise valid concerns. Those concerns are, are listed there. Visibility displays as conditioned through the previous planning approvals have never been implemented. The proposal concerns the description. There's road safety implications. No justification for relaxation of this visibility displays. No exceptional circumstances. Contesting the actual traffic speed along the road. The representations consider that it's 37 miles per hour. There have been several incidents along the stretch of road, and also concerns that further details should be provided in the drawings, that a traffic speed survey should be provided, and obviously that the proposal is not just for a single dwelling. There are traffic movements associated with the use of the holiday cottages. Tourism business used in assessment by the roads consultancy who advised on the application provides no evidence of why or how a reduction of standards should be applied. The traffic speeds by DFI roads are an estimation, and the figures provided by the agent regarding the holiday cottages appear low. So really just, I've covered some of those in detail in the report, but just sort of the main fundamental points here in terms of the determination that this is only for display in relation to the house. I am aware that displays in relation to the holiday cottage have not been provided as well, and that was also the same display. So originally at the granting of approval, displays of 2.4 by 60 metres were conditioned for the holiday cottages and the amenity building, and the same displays were conditioned as part of the approval for the dwelling. So there was no increased display for the dwelling approval, just the same display. So this proposal today is just for the dwelling, and it's not looking at the merits of the holiday cottages per se. That will be a separate matter, and at this stage would have to be dealt with through the CLUD process if it was required to be certified. So in terms of the policy then, obviously we're looking at PPS 3 is the primary policy document here, and the policy relevant is AMP 2. And we can just put it up there. It's hard to read in the office or in the Guildhall here, but you'll see it on your screens. Point A is the main point. Such accesses will not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. AMP2 also requires the consideration of those other 5 factors in addition to its guidance, which is set out in DCAN 15. And that's the guidance that sets out the tables on the required sightlines. I think it's important to recognise a specific paragraph of AMP2 where it states that it's not always practicable to comply fully with the appropriate visibility standards. And as it go on there, you know, there is obviously a bit of discretion for the decision maker in respect of that. So in terms of looking at the actual fundamental policy points, so we're aware that display hasn't been provided and the applicant cannot gain control of the land to the east that's necessary to provide display. The applicant is currently now proposing a display of 33 metres, and that would be the minimum, what we call the bracketed figure set out in the guidance. AFI roads have determined that the speed of the road is 20 miles per hour. It's a minor unclassified road. And that's their average speed survey that they would do when asked under an application. But we have had no surveys, no traffic speed surveys submitted from either the applicant or the objectors to evidence their opposing positions further. So it really is left for the officer team to make a decision on the information based what's currently on the file. We've clarified with the applicant and the agent, they have no recorded accident incidents. They have been notified of that they're aware of. And I think fundamentally looking at the proposal for reduced displays means looking at the wider proposal for the access, displays and the forward sight distance, because that's critically what is assessed under AMP2. So the access position is provided. The X display is the distance back from the edge of the road, and that's usually either 2 or 2.4 metres. Because this access is not taking any more than 60 vehicles per day, a 2 metre X distance is an acceptable standard. It's not even a reduced standard. A reduced standard would be going below that. So the X distance is achievable. The forward sight distance, the forward sight distance achievable at the site is 55 metres, and that is shown on the plan. Just put it up here now. It's quite hard to see, but that blue line there is the forward sight distance, and the purpose of that is for traffic travelling from, you know, to the west towards the junction with Bells Park Road, so that anybody coming along there, driving on the left-hand side of the road, will be able to have approximately 55 metres of a forward sight distance up until the access, so that can be provided. And that is just 5 metres below the original display that was conditioned, and it actually sits above the both the minimum and the bracketed figure of the display that's been provided or that's been offered here. So really the question here is, will the reduced visibility display of 33 metres prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic? And I think, you know, there's no guidance in DCAN 15 for the specific scenario. DCAN 15 is quite clear when it's saying, look, you know, you have to provide your display, or you provide the bracketed figure, and going below that will not be acceptable unless there's an exceptional reason in any reduction. So in this case here, whilst there is no exceptional reason, and as an officer I put that in the report, I think what we need to look at is the other parts of the access though that have been achieved on the ground, and we have to consider where's the increased risk through this inadequate or this insufficient display effectively, and the risk is really for whoever's exiting the entrance to the development, the dwelling. There is always a risk on the road, the risk to pedestrians, and the risk to that there is always a risk for anybody walking along the road there in terms of whether the display is 33 metres or 60 metres. The fact that the forward sight distance can be achieved is quite a fundamental factor in terms of determining this application. So looking at all those issues in the round, really, you'll see that I have recommended approval for that. On balance, roads have determined that the speed is 28 miles per hour. We've no other evidence contrary to that. And there's no other issues in terms of residential amenity or natural heritage and flood risk that would impact on the application. Clearly, there are, significant number of objections with lots of issues in terms of road safety. Dangers to children walking up the road have been cited. And we have this photo from Mr. Carlin, who I know has speaking rights today as well. This is a photo taken from there's an agricultural access beside the existing access. I presume that's where it's taken from. So looking at the evidence in front of me today, looking at the advice from DFI Roads, looking at the site on the ground from driving up the road as well, it's the officer consideration that the reduction of the eastern splay to the minimum standard will not prejudice road safety due to the consideration of the following factors as required by AMP2 of PPS 3. And that is the character and nature of the development is not changing. There's no intensification of the use of the access. The access position, the X distance and the forward sight distance can be provided to a satisfactory standard, and the speed of the road has been determined as 28 miles per hour. Therefore, it's the officer recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Suzanne. We have a speaker, two speakers, sorry, on behalf of the objectors, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Carlin. Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is presented here today for approval. On 2 different occasions, it was presented for refusal on road safety grounds. I have went through the planning report and seen no new evidence, nor am I aware of any exceptional circumstances submitted to allow planning officers to change their determination on this planning application. Planning policy statement 3 is very clear. No access will be allowed where it prejudices road safety. DCAN 15 is also very clear. Reductions in visibility displays will not be permitted simply because the applicant does not own or control the visible display lands. Planning officers in the 2 previous planning committee reports stated very clearly, no supporting information demonstrates that a reduction in visibility displays would create a safe access. Therefore, the proposal still remains contrary to policy AMP2 of PPS 3. Therefore, the question needs to be asked, what has changed? This is a road safety issue where PPS 3 requires the applicant to demonstrate this access does not prejudice road safety. This clearly has not been done. They have failed on a number of occasions to provide a traffic survey of vehicle speeds, and without this information, I fail to contain how planning can approve this application today. I'd like to pass you over to Mr. Carlin.
Thank you for that. Members, have you any questions to the objectors?
Chair, will we take Mr. Carlin first and then, I don't know.
Mr. Carney, finished?
He's on mute, Chair.
Okay, he obviously is finished. Right, okay. Any members wish to raise any?
Sorry,
Chair,
Mr.
I didn't hear anything from
Mr.
Mr.
Carlin has
Carlin.
been on mute.
Mr. Carlin hasn't spoken yet.
All right, my apologies. Mr. Carney, you wish to come in and speak? Mr. Kennedy, do you wish to carry on for the next couple of minutes, 3 to 5 minutes?
He needs to go off mute.
We're just trying to connect you at the moment, sir. Just bear with a second. Lee Kennedy, do you wish to speak on behalf of Mr. Carlin?
Sorry, Chairman. I know what Mr. Kiernan had submitted a statement of his speech to Lois in the planning department. Maybe if they want to read it out, because I have not got a copy of it.
Just bear with us on that.
Sorry, Chair, just to confirm, I don't have any written statement from Mr. Carlin on this item.
I do.
Okay, Suzanne, do you wish to speak?
I have a copy of the statement. I can read it out.
Okay, Suzanne, thank you for that.
Okay, so this is a statement from Mr. Liam Carlin to address the meeting on the 18th of May. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. I'm addressing this meeting this afternoon on behalf of myself, my family and my neighbours from Somerville Road and the adjoining roads, all of whom have submitted letters of objections to the proposed reduction of the visibility display lines. As detailed in all our letters, the sole reason for our objection to this application is road safety and the real possibility of a fatality or serious injury of a child or indeed any road user. As a community, we feel let down and abandoned after last Wednesday's decision by the planners and their recommendation to approve this application to reduce the visibility displays after their two previous recommendations to refuse. We totally disagree with the planners' decision on the grounds that the applicant has still not demonstrated how they will achieve the recommended display lines on the basis that there has been no real change from the previous proposals, which were subsequently refused. As you can imagine, the recommendation to approve has heightened the fear within the community that this will result in the possibility that this will lead to the death of a child or any road user. Within this general area, there are 23 houses where the majority have children or grandchildren who visit regularly. The children either walk or cycle between houses to meet up with their friends. During school term, their school bus drops them off at the junction of Somerville Road and Bells Park Road, where they walk past this access to and from their home. Country roads are dangerous enough without the council worsening the situation by approving this reduction in display lines. When something can be done, it is important that the council act to ensure the safety of existing residents and road users. We believe the council should be insisting the applicant put in place the 2.4 by 60 metre visibility displays required for the existing commercial development at the holiday complex and not allow additional development to take place without these vision lines in place. In addition, a house of this size will further increase the volume of traffic from an already substandard access. To allow a reduction of the vision lines is completely wrong and indeed frightening. With reference to item 7, within the summary of consultee responses where they have no record of road safety concern, several of my neighbours and I can confirm, and if required can make an affidavit, that over the years there has been numerous near misses as a result of the absence of display lines, which were not put in place when the holiday complex was built. The main reason the near misses were never reported is that the applicant has always told us that the display lines were going to be put in place. She told us that this would be done at phase 1, then phase 2, then when the applicant was building her new home, but to no avail. We understood the applicant would fulfil her commitment. The fact that there were no objections to any of the planning applications, and indeed we sent a letter of support when the holiday complex was in planning, was a testament that we believe that the applicant would honour her commitments and planning conditions. You can imagine our disappointment and disbelief when we were informed of the application to reduce display lines. As stated in our letters of objection, we would like to make it quite clear that we have no objection to the applicant building her new home or the existing holiday complex. All we ask for is that the visibility displays that were to be put in place originally for the holiday complex back in 2012 and in September 2020's planning approval are upheld. Every other property on the Somerville Road and surrounding roads have adhered to their planning requirements and have the recommended display lines in place. As a father to a 12-year-old child and on behalf of all the children and residents who use this road, I seek your support and ask you to refuse this application to reduce visibility display lines. On behalf of the children and the general community, I would like to thank you for your time today. That's it.
Thank you, Suzanne. I think due to the technical problems we're having with Liam's internet there, what I would suggest is that if he can hear us, he could write his replies if we have any questions for him in the chat box. I don't think any will object to that, would you?
No, that's fine, Chair.
Okay, right. Okay, any questions for the objectors?
Chair, it's Angela here. Sorry, I can't get onto the chat box now, believe it or not, but I have a question.
Okay, Angela, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I would just like to ask, right, this road has been deemed as 28 miles per hour, so there's going to be a sign of 30 miles an hour somewhere along that road. Can I ask, I see it and I would say it's a country road. Can I ask, what would be the average speed of drivers on that road? I'm very conscious that there's never been a speed survey, but as a person who lives in the area, Mr. Carlin, you know, you should have a good idea as to what these near misses that you're talking about. Is it due to speeding vehicles, or is it due to the bends on the road? That's what would be, in your opinion, the average speed on that road? Thanks.
Liam, if you want to just type your answer in the chat box if you can't speak.
Hello?
Go ahead, Liam.
You hear me now?
There's a terrible lot of feedback, so there is, but we'll try our best to hear you.
This road is a 60 mile. I can't.
Liam, we can't make it out at all there.
Okay.
Chairman, maybe I can come in on that point. The speed limit on that road is 60 mile an hour. The 28 mile an hour is an estimation carried out by road service, who drive up and down the road and estimate the proposed traffic speeds. I have been on that road. I have walked that road in relation to traffic speeds with the applicants or with the objectors. And the speed coming in either direction from the junction of Somerville Road up is reasonably slow, but coming in the opposite direction, which we're looking for the reduction in the visibility displays, you're coming on the like a blind corner. The visibility coming out of the entrance where the proposed house is very, very poor at present. There is a telegraph pole which is set slap bang in the middle of the visibility display, which further provides a restriction. There is no information on the plans or no request from road service to have that pole set back. They remove that obstruction from the visibility displays. We estimated from driving up and down the road at the speed is roughly about 37 to 40 mile an hour on average. But in this kind of instances where there is a bit of ambiguity in terms of traffic speeds, it is normally the applicants who provide a traffic speed on the public road to ascertain the correct speed. This normally occurs where you would see the tubes put down across the public road for a set period, maybe 3 or 7 days. Okay, thank you.
Chair, sorry
Go
for
ahead.
interrupting you there,
Go ahead. Yeah.
but that question hasn't been answered. I did ask, is there a speed sign on that road anywhere? You know, put up by roads is there a sign? Is it national speed limit applies? Is it 30 mile an hour, 40 mile an hour? That's why I'm asking the resident, is there a sign on that road?
Thank you for that, Councillor Dobbins. Do you want to come back in with that, Lee?
I'm unaware of any sign on that road, and it's my belief that the national speed limit is the speed limit on the road.
Okay, Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me in. And I'm just sort of, now maybe I'm picking it up wrong here, but I'm just kind of surmising here that part of this objection here is along the lines of, you know, DFI have estimated a 28 mile an hour and the objectors have estimated a 37. And again, on both cases, their estimates, you're just not necessarily happy with DFI's estimate. Is one scenario here of, now I'm not saying DFI is right, but there's nothing to back up your claim of 37 mile an hour either as an estimate. That's what I'm asking the question is. And a further wee point I'm just raising with you is there still a road sign? I suppose the issue is I take on board when you're traveling up the Somerville Road from the Orchard Road, you'd imagine the majority of any vehicles traveling speed will be traveling in that direction because you're coming up a reasonable street. I know you have the junction or the crossroads there where the Prospect Road crosses it, but you're coming up to the junction. And again, you know, I do take on board there are near misses and I do take on board safety concerns. But, you know, is there not still a road sign warning you of the junction as you're travelling up towards the Bells Park Road? There was a road sign on the left-hand side warning you of a junction coming up. I'm just wondering, is that still there? Which, in theory, you know, those signs are there placed to try to warn people of an upcoming junction. So, in theory, they should be reducing speed. I'm asking just those two questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Liam, do you want to try and answer that question? Can you get your talking sorted out?
Oh.
Yes, go ahead then, sir.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello. There is a sign out. Hello. It's hanging through the
Liam, could you either log out or switch your mic off, please?
No.
Kieran, you have a question?
Yeah, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. Should this not have been, is this not a pre-commencement issue before any work had started, even going back to 2009? That's one question. Could I ask Lee Kennedy, has he ever come across this before in all his time, that DCAN 15 would be set aside? And just for context, some people may not be aware of the rural area, but if you take at this time of year, where farmers are putting in their silage and stuff, and them tractors with a 10-ton trailer, them tractors is usually 40-kilometer boxes, which is in around the 28 miles per hour. If them there tractors would never get stopped, with 10, 15 ton on behind them, and they're trying to make the speed, or trying to get as much in as they can in a day. So, it doesn't make sense to me that on the side where the speed would be building up is the side where the sight line is reduced. It doesn't make no sense at all. So maybe Lee could answer a few of them questions.
Thank you for that, Councillor McGuire. Lee Kennedy, you'd like to come in, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, you're correct. The visibility displays on the planning permission is normally a pre-commencement condition which has to be discharged before any development commences on site. The original approval for the holiday accommodation was in 2009 and had a visibility display of 2.4 by 60 metres in both directions. Now, if you go and look at DCAN 15, Table B states that the traffic speed for that standard is 37 miles an hour. Now, this application was submitted last year, and our roads traffic engineer went out and assessed that the traffic speed was 2.4, or the visibility displays was 2.4 by 55. What the applicant is now applying to do is reduce that standard to what they call the bracketed figure, which is where no safety problems is going to occur. Our argument in this application is that there is a safety issue and that there has been no exceptional circumstances provided. The only circumstances that I see has been provided was that the applicants do not own the land. Originally, the application came in, they were reducing the visibility display from 2.4 by 60 to 2.0 by 40. Road Service actually wrote back to the planning department and says that this still required third-party land. The applicant came back further again, reducing it down to 33 metres, only on the basis that they do not own the land. They don't own or control the land to provide the visibility display. And never in my history in 23 years of planning have I seen a road safety issue being put to one side because an applicant does not own or control the visibility display lands. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lee. Does that answer your question there, Kieran?
Yeah, I just want one more thing teased out, Chair. And Lee said earlier, on DCAN 15, regardless who owns the land, if it's secondary, if it's a third party land or whatever, it doesn't matter. Sightline has to go in. He said that earlier. I just want to, maybe you could elaborate on that. Is that a fact? I can't get DCAN 15 opened here with this iPad open.
Okay, Lee, if you wish to speak on it again.
Yes, Commissioner, or yes, Councillor. The DCAN 15 on page 16 or page 15, note 1, reductions in visibility displays will not be permitted simply because the applicant does not control the required visibility display area or does not have a reasonable prospect of bringing it under their control.
Thank you for that. I have Councillor Dobbins who wants to come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, look, Mr. Carlin is here to speak on behalf of 22 objectors. 22 objectors, which in my view, according to our pack, had good objections, weighty objections. And I personally feel that Mr. Carlin, due to no fault of his own, and therefore the other 21 objectors have been greatly disadvantaged by his inability to answer questions. I know that Mr. Kennedy is doing his best here with his own knowledge, but I feel that it would be best that Mr. Carlin be given the opportunity to answer our questions, being the living in the area and representing the other 21 objectors. I would like the reason I'm speaking here, Chair, as I said to you, I would like this put on record that I feel that any decision made here, that himself and the other objectors have been greatly disadvantaged with this. If there was a possibility that this could be delayed, and for further, that even till next month, I would be happy with that. But at the moment, I just feel, yeah, I do feel he's been greatly disadvantaged here, and we have to give everybody a chance.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dobbins. I'm just going to try Mr. Carlin. Liam, can you try again, try and speak to us again, please?
Chairman, I have Mr. Carlin on the phone, if you can hear him.
Lee, can you turn your volume right up?
Go ahead there, Liam.
Yes, we can get him. Thank you. Yes, that's great.
Hello, how are you?
It's not really working with your lot.
Hello?
Look, we're getting enough feedback here. Nobody can make out what was being said there, Lee.
No, come on. No.
Members, can I just come in here? Look, I think the best option, considering what Councillor Dobbins has said, is I think we maybe need to consider deferring it to give these people, these objectors, an opportunity to speak.
I would like to propose that if you need a proposer there, Chair.
I second that, Chair.
Okay, I'm just going to throw this out there. Like, maybe we'll try first of all to just stop where we are with this application and then go through and have our break at 4 o'clock and come back in again. How does anybody feel about that, or do you wish to defer? Can I have some indication? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I was going to make another suggestion, but it's entirely up to yourself, Chair. I was going to, seeing as there's issues on the ground, I would have been more minded, yes, defer it, but actually defer it for a site visit and bring it back to another meeting would have been my opinion, because I mean, we're going to hand in hand debate over this, and I think the only way to properly resolve this is for the councillors to get out on the ground and actually assess it for themselves. I think it gives a fair assessment to the objectors and to the applicant. So that would have been, now if that's an order, Chair, I would be content with that, to propose that.
Right, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess here because we need to get this resolved. I'm going to speak to IT to see if we can solve it through them. If you just bear with us for 5 minutes. John, go ahead, sorry.
Chair, sorry, and it's been an hour and the hearing. I think we've heard most of what we wanted to hear. I can understand that others feel that they want to hear the objector. I've certainly got no objection to that idea, but I don't see why we want to defer this to another day. I do think let's try and sort out the IT issue and come back to this one when we're satisfied, whether that be today or tomorrow.
Go ahead, Angela.
I would be agreeable with that too.
Okay, folks, just give it 5 minutes, have a quick break, smoke break, cup of tea or whatever, and we'll come back to it once we got it resolved with IT. Thank you.
just come up there. That's you, Peter, again.
Hold on.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Just bear with Mr. Conlon, we'll be back in the chamber, on the virtual chamber. Just bear with us.
I'm here now.
Okay, members, we now got hold of Mr. Conlon. Can we all take our seats?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Conlon, I think Councillor Dobbins maybe still has a few questions for you.
No problem.
If you just
Go
bear
ahead.
with us. Okay, Councillor Dobbins.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Carlin, welcome on board.
So I apologise for inconvenience here.
No, you're fine, and there's nothing more frustrating. But
Yes.
you live in that area, and I'm being representative of the other objectors, giving them a voice. Can you please sort of give us an idea as to the amount of cars and the speeds of those cars? Because your photograph actually did sort of what looks in the map, it looks like a straight road, but when I looked at your photo and other photos that the officer provided, there is quite a lot of like bends, or not bends, but curvatures on that road. So it is highlighting concern with me. Thanks.
Well, I live directly opposite the entrance. There's actually two entrances at the minute. There's one in the holiday cottages, and then there's the building site that's presently going on, which is tight. Just where you see that lamppost is, the site to the building site, the entrance is tight there. That's also the agriculture entrance, which is another hazard. It's very tight. But this is a very main road. It's a Somerville road. It also links as a sort of a shortcut when people come from Clary Village on that main Bells Park Road. Instead of going up the crossroads at the Prospect Bar, which is very dangerous, a lot of people decide to go down through Somerville Road and at great speed. I mean, and I totally reject the speed ideas that was presented by the applicant. You know, it is hit around the speed in this road. And I said, me and several of my neighbours have a number of occasions witnessed near misses, and I believe and the neighbours will, as a result of the entrance with the no spray lines being in place from 2012. You know, and that's during the summer months. This is a very busy place, and you have Germans, you have real people coming who's not familiar with the road, and they're coming out there and don't realise there isn't. You know, they're coming out on the road. Maybe in times it's okay for people who knows the road coming out there, but the majority of people coming from there are not familiar with the road. Holidaymakers are coming out there at great speeds and with no respect for all the road users, like they're coming out. But
Mr. Dobbins, answer your question.
It does.
yes.
See the actual road, Chair. With your permission, the users of that road use as an agricultural entrance. Well,
Yes.
entrance for what? Is it tractors? Is it livestock? Or what uses that? Can you just define for me what a agricultural entrance? You know, what goes on and out of there, please.
Myself to answer, Liam. Yeah. That's access to. I'm not sure. I think there's about 30 acres down there, but this is the main and only access. They have the main road. Even as late as right up there early hours in the morning on Sunday night, they were drawing the silage out. Also, I don't fault them before the rain started, but there's a vast amount of traffic. They accept services that laneway that comes out on the main road. That is also shared presently with the construction traffic. So you have the construction traffic and agriculture traffic coming in there at the same time. Now there is livestock, and there's livestock at times, and presently it's this first cut of silage.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Anybody else, any questions for Mr. Carlin? Okay, thank you, Mr. Carlin. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Chair, there was reference earlier to accidents and near misses, and affidavit maybe could come forward if need be. Could maybe Mr. Caroline elaborate on that?
Oh, certainly. Like as I say in my statement, I can provide.
Mr. Carlin, go ahead.
Certainly, if there's a requirement, like I stand by my word, my neighbours stand by my word. On numbers of occasions, we have seen, we have witnessed these near misses, and have inquired. We have no problem whatsoever. Me and several of my neighbours will sit down affidavits.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. I have a point of order there coming in from Alderman Hussey. Alderman Hussey, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair. I'm finding this all very confusing, so it's spread out and everything else. We did have a proposal, I think, from Councillor Dobbins, and then we had an amendment, and I presume those come in under Standing Order 16.2. Legal advice can declare on that. Have those now been withdrawn?
What point are you trying to make here, Alderman Hussey?
There was a proposal for a deferral. There was subsequently a proposal from I think Alderman Kerrigan, deferral and site visit. Have those been withdrawn?
Alderman Hussey, that was probably my fault. I opened it up to the floor for suggestions because we were trying to sort the IT out. Now we have the IT sorted out. The problem being is Mr. Carlin had a problem at his end. This has now been resolved, so we're going to carry on rather than have to go through it all again and bring people back in. As Councillor Boyle pointed out, we've been here over an hour and 15 minutes already dealing with this one item, so we need to sort of move on. So that's why I didn't take a vote on it, and my apologies for that.
That's great. The reason I'm wondering about that is the issue of the site visit. I'm familiar with the road, and my dear colleagues will be familiar with the road. There are those in the planning committee who are not familiar with the road and the circumstances of rural roads in general. So that is what's in my mind when I think, particularly in way of the amendment or suggested amendment, which is coming from Alderman Kerrigan. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you for that, Alderman Hussey. Okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to now ask, sorry? No. Daniel McKinley, on behalf of the agent.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, far away, please.
Thank you. Sorry, it's David McKinley. But not to worry, not to worry. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for allowing me to speak on behalf of the applicant, Anne Spears, and her husband, the Reverend David Crooks. This application has been a difficult journey from start to finish. I would like to thank the Planning Service for the support and the imminent approval, particularly as the applicant has been unwell in present months. We submitted this application and were surprised at the amount of objections from our neighbours. We did review the objection letters and have concerns in regards to the legitimacy of some of the objections. Much of what has been reported by agent objector has been taken completely out of context and therefore distorts the true situation. The key to this approval is the reassessment of the visibility split by road service. Even though previous applications required 2.4 by 60, the speed of the road was never questioned with the close proximity of a corner at the end of a long straight and just before our access. A 2.4 by 60 is required in the straight, absolutely, and I would agree with that wholeheartedly. But our access has a slow corner between the long straights and our access. When you slow down to go past our entrance, you would travel at 28 miles per hour. In our experience, a similar road can have various visibility displays depending on the road geometry, and this is where I'm coming to. Therefore, with a reduced speed, you would have a reduced display because of the slow corner approach of the long visibility display and towards our access. If we had delivered display required, we believe the slow corner, i.e. speed control, would be lost and the traffic would pass more quickly past our entrance and arrive at the junction of the Bells Park Road much quicker, which carries a history of accidents at this junction. Objectors have mentioned near misses. Some mention pedestrians walking the roads and have concerns of safety. Not one letter of complaint or verbal message over the 10 years this access has been there has been wrote or directed towards Anne Spears regarding any incidences over the past 10 years. Anne would have taken this very, very seriously. Furthermore, CCTV had been used in the past by PSNI to view the junction at Bells Park Road following an accident, but there has never been any incidents outside our access. This access has been safely in operation since 2012, some 10 years now, used literally by hundreds of worldwide holidaymakers using the entrance facility, and again to date has not received any negative comments from the users in relation to the access to the public road. The access shared with the holiday accommodation has enjoyed tremendous support from the tourist section of Derry City and Strabane District Council. The site has visitors from all over the world staying here, either visiting families or the great fishing adventures within the council area. It's important to say that Derry City has both financially and marketing supported this tourist accommodation. The information we submitted in relation to traffic generations are accurate and true. Anne has mentioned, and the application lives almost a mile away from the site. The only access she has to the tourist accommodation is through the access in question. So she's already using the access. The information that we put forward to the council indicated that if Anne was living in the dwelling shared by the tourist accommodation while she's working at it, she would actually reduce and significantly reduce, by default, will significantly reduce the traffic movements on that site and through that entrance. And literally, as on site, gives us comfort that all that I suppose comfort that all the minor trips to site will be walking or driving now through the internal laneway between the house and the tourist accommodation, thus taking her off it. In relation to maintaining the grass verge, there is grass verge there. Anne has from time to time trimmed back the hedge and trimmed the verge to allow a little bit more than 33 metres further beyond that. This has been met occasionally with opposition, and however road service DFI have an obligation to maintain a 1 metre verge, and this will provide a similar further enhanced display by default. To summarise, the existing access would oh, sorry, just 1 second, I've missed a bit out here. No. Yep, sorry. To summarise, the existing access will be widened. We have proposals in place for widening the existing access to allow 2 cars to sit side by side. This will take, if there's ever an issue with cars waiting to get in or out of the site, this negates that because they're now allowed time to sit beside each other. That's one of the sort of exceptional circumstances that we hope would be considered. The figures used in the preparation for the report is accurate and will indicate reduction in traffic using the entrance. Road service, by the way, are content with the access now. The visibility displays we have mentioned are in place. They're sitting there. And we can meet, as Suzanne says, we've met the 33 metres and we have the forward visibility display, which is probably the most important one of forward visibility displays of 55 metres. Look, it's been a custom and practice over the 10 years that Anne has shared this access with the holiday accommodation. The use is established. It seems strange that a dwelling and is constructed within the compounds of this holiday accommodation has now become an issue. Whilst listening to the objectors, there's a few other little bits and pieces that I would like to throw into the equation. The Bells Park Road is the major road that links down into the Somerville Road. The Somerville Road is the road we're taking access of. That road width is 2.7 metres wide. A car's 1.8. The car is the full width of the road. There's no passing opportunities unless you use sort of existing entrances in and out of sites.
Excuse me, Mr. McKinley, I'm sorry, your 5 minutes speaking rights allowance
Okay.
is up.
Thank you. I was finished now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions for the agent? Okay, I see nothing in the chamber. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Alderman Kerrigan here. Sorry, I put it in the chat box. Apologies. I know you're trying to keep an eye on the chamber and the chat box there. Just very briefly, Chair, I made a couple of notes there from the speaking of Mr. McKinley there, and I'll ask him some of the questions that I'd asked as well, Mr. Carlin. In regards to the speed on the road, David, you know, the objectors had an issue and were claiming 37 mile an hour, and I didn't get an answer from that. But I'm just, from my understanding there of their objections, that's an estimate. You know, there's no calculations in regard to that. It's DFI who have provided the figure of 28 miles per hour, which has been in the report, and that's a figure provided by DFI engineers. And I'm just seeking if you can clarify that in regards to the speed on the road. And I do take on board, you're coming up the street and then you're coming to the junction. Again, I will ask yourself, and if you don't know, Anne might know, in regards to, there was a junction, or sorry, there was a road sign on the left-hand side as you travel up the Somerville Road from the Orchard Road coming towards the Bells Park Road junction, and there was a road sign on the left-hand side, and it was effectively, it was a giveaway sign there, but it was stating that there was a warning sign stating the junction was 50 yards away. I'm still on the assumption it is still there. I know there's a lot of road signs have suffered there in this last few months with high winds, and I know there's a number of them have been damaged and torn, but I'm just seeking clarification that road sign still there, warning people of the junction coming up, and therefore they should be slowing down. And again, the speed was two questions that asked to the objectors. I'll ask you them. I want you, if you can take a wee note here, David, just for us to say, I have a couple of wee things noted down. You raised concerns in regards to legitimacy of objection letters. From maybe I picked you up wrong there, but if you can clarify that. And then let me see, there was two other things there. You raised an issue there. Did you raise an issue there in regards to difficulty with Anne cutting a hedge, or difficulty with Anne, objections to Anne cutting grass to increase sight lines? Maybe I picked you up wrong there, David. If you can just clarify what that is. And then there was yes, you have raised the issue there. I mean, near misses have been raised numerous times in this debate so far, near misses, and unless there's a report of an incident, near miss, personally, but that's a near miss is a near miss. Like, you know, there's lots of near misses on every road, you know, unless there's an incident, unless it's been reported. And far as I'm aware, now maybe that'll be one for planners, but there's no PSNI information on near misses. That's accidents or not. And you raised an issue there that was that Anne's cottages or whatever had provided CCTV footage to the PSNI in regards to an accident up on at the junction of Bells Park Road, was it, and Somerville, or up in there? So, as I say, I'm assuming there's that. So, those are a couple of points there, David, that I've noted in what you spoke. If you can try to come back to me on some of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan. Yes, there is a speed sign just at the end of, I believe, Mr. Carlin's wall. I'm not sure if it's stop or give way. I think it's stop, actually, because you're going up onto Major Junction. That sign was still there a week or more ago, absolutely. The CCTV footage has been used and has a CCTV camera on the entrance and up the way and sort of down the way, really just on the road. She's had no reported incidents. The police do come down and view it occasionally if there's an incident happened, and there is quite a few incidents up at Bells Park Road that they've used the footage for well, I presume for evidence. To go back to the road speed, look, yes, the objectors to a degree are right. There's a long straight coming up to the corner. The fact that there's a stop sign is, you're absolutely right, it's warning people that there's danger ahead. Now, if the visibility space had been delivered, you would see straight from the end of the street to the junction of Bells Park Road. Now that just gives me great concern in that you're opening up another can of worms. The road service lady that's been out to look at it, I think this lady is Jude Wayham, hasn't taken that decision lightly. Bearing in mind there's been 2 or 3 previous applications of 2.4 by 60. This is the first time she's come back and she's assessed it, well, maybe not her, but come back and assessed it correctly as I would have seen it. Look, the road speed as you go around that corner, and this is a critical one, once it goes below 37 mile an hour, you can hit a 2 metre setback, which is the X dimension. You can then reduce it. So that was critical. So the first 2, I would presume, have been assessed incorrectly. I would favour Jude's recommendation for that one. She just doesn't drive up and down the road. She waits, and I've had this conversation with numerous ones, not just Jude, but she will wait and follow additional cars up and down that road. Almost creepy, but that's the way she does it, and she will assess what the true speed of that road is. So she would not have made that recommendation lightly, if we can be absolutely sure on that one. Near misses, there's nothing recorded. Nobody's talked to Anne, nobody's delivered anything to Anne. The trimming of the hedge, so that was yes, there was an occurrence, and funny, I was down with her and I says, look, Anne, can we tidy up a little bit? There's overgrown grass on the verge, the bank. We didn't touch the bank. There's overall grass on the verge of the bank, and the hedge had pushed out. We trimmed that back, not to affect the hedge in any way. The stability of the hedge was still perfect. So all we did on that occasion was to just to see what was available and what was there. Anne got a phone call the following day to say, look, it's not your hedge to do that with. Look, everybody's entitled to protect their vision. We didn't move the hedge. We didn't do anything else. So,
sir, can we move on? Can we move on here? We're dwelling on hedges here.
Well, okay. One other thing. Well, sorry guys. The objector got quite a bit of time here. Raised concerns regarding. And I'm finishing this one. Look, there's one address, 22 Hillview Road, does not exist near Ernie. That's one of the objection letters. I'm not going to say the name, but you can check that out yourself. And there was evidence put in that Anne seemed to have been running a hunt, a dog hunt, a sort of a car meeting place and a few other bits and pieces. That was people that was using the accommodation that had friends that joined in. So that's me, I'm afraid. Sorry, I took up so much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I see Derek, you wish to come in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the agent there. A couple of queries. First one would be, and sorry, let's go back to the hedge or the verge more specifically. You said there that road service maintenance of the verge itself, the 1 metre strip. We do have concerns regularly about how road service maintain them, but the maintaining of the 1 metre strip, would that be additional and would it provide additional sightline distance in addition to what is actually in the application as the proposed suggested sightline existent? And sorry, I have a couple of questions if I may just go on through them. You've the issue of the verge maintenance further down. Of course, there is a responsibility on landowners to maintain their hedges. That is not road service, so I think that has to be pointed out as well. And you were making a point about a 2.5 road and a 1.8 metre vehicle. I live on that type of a road and know exactly what you're referring to, but could you expand on how it impacts on this particular application? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McKinley.
Councillor Hussey. The visibility displays, yes, if the grass was cut back, you will get a little bit more than what we've asked for, 33. You'll get up to 40 and a little bit more, maybe even 42. Just as a clear vision. In fact, actually, if you look at the photograph that was late submission, that'll clearly indicate what you've got, and you can see much more of the fence than perhaps the original planner's photograph had viewing downwards. So yes, you'll get a little bit more. It's an enhanced visibility display up to maybe 40 to 42 metres. The road itself is a narrow road. Look, most double roads like the Bells Park roads about 5.5 metres. Cars pass freely. In this case, the road's only 2.7 on average, which means if you meet a car, yeah, they go on the grass verge or you wait as somebody pulls into a drive. So I suppose what I'm saying is, you will see the whole of the road in front of you rather than being on the left hand side or the right hand side, and that's the important one, that the forward visibility display can be achieved wholeheartedly by a single car user, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for any questions for the? No. Okay. Thank you very much for that, sir. And now is any?
Chair had my name in there just. Councillor McGuire.
My apologies, Councillor McGuire. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just one query. It was said earlier on, the previous speakers said that they did contact Ms. Spears and they were told that sightlines, I don't know if they said would go on in phase 1, then it would go on in phase 2, and then phase 3, but they never went in. So I'm a wee bit confused because the last speaker said that there was never an issue raised. No. And the speakers before that says they did raise it with Ms. Spears. So
I'll reply to that one. That's fine. I have Anne sitting beside me. She didn't ask for speaking rights, which she's just not capable of it at the minute. But she said, look, that conversation never happened. Never happened.
Okay, Councillor McGuire. Okay, members, thank you very much for that, sir. Have we any questions? Have we any questions for the officer? Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to all those who've contributed thus far. So question to the officer, page 34. I'm going to read this back. In relation to a particular objection, the objection suggests that there was a lack of justification provided for relaxation of visibility displays. The consideration there says there is no justification in reducing displays, but the policy AMP2 of PPS3 requires such issues to be assessed in light of the circumstances of the particular case. In this case, there are a combination of factors that, when balanced, it can be concluded there is no increased risk to road safety. My question in relation to that are, what were the combination of factors that were considered and balanced?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Boyle, and that refers back to, I'm just going to share my screen again here for the policy AMP2. So the assessment of the access is not just down to DCAN 15. It is primarily down to it provides the guidance. Let me just see here. But the combination of factors are the fact that, firstly, the access is in place, the access position is in place. Secondly, the X distance, which is the distance back from the road, is in place. Thirdly, the forward sight distance is in place, is achievable, the 55-metre display, which is probably, as the agent has said, the most important issue here in terms of the approach from Somerville Road up to the junction, past the access. And if you look there at that, if you can see it in your screens, so that middle paragraph, the acceptability of access arrangements, including the number of access points onto the public road, will be assessed against the department's published guidance, which is DCAN 15. Consideration will also be given to the following factors: the nature and scale of development, the character of the development, sort of contributions in terms of its environmental improvement, regeneration, location and number of existing accesses, and the standard of the existing road network, together with the speed and volume of traffic using the adjacent public road network. So it is not just down to DCAN 15. And also, I just want to clarify, the agent did read out the note 3 of DCAN 15. But it wasn't read out correctly, okay? Reductions in visibility standards will not be permitted simply because the applicant does not control the required visibility area, okay? The agent read out visibility display. Visibility area includes a lot more than just the actual wide distance, what we call the display. It includes the access position. It includes the X distance of 2 meters. As I said before, there it includes the forward sight distance. So we are required to go beyond DCAN 15 in looking at what is an acceptable access. And those are the factors that I feel that were necessary to balance up in terms of the decision making for the case.
John's answer your question.
Absolutely. I thank Suzanne for that particular explanation. I suppose one supplementary question on that is then, how would it have been considered a refusal up until this particular juncture when it is now an approval, bearing in mind that those were the policies that would have been considered when it was a refusal?
Councillor Boyle, yes, that's a very obvious question that I was going to clarify, because obviously it was raised before. What has changed? So what has changed is that the agent has now, as only of the 9th of March 22, provided us with an accurate plan that shows accurately the 30-metre splay, 33-metre splay, that shows accurately the 55-metre forward visibility line. Those plans were not accurate, so therefore we couldn't have recommended approval even without those plans being accurate and showing that minimum standard. So those have now been received. Road Service have obviously considered those and have replied on that basis. So that is what has changed, and that's quite fundamental to be able to have an accurate plan. We wouldn't be approving an application obviously without any sort of accurate plan demonstrating what's on the ground. Thanks.
Any members, any questions for the officer?
Chair.
Go ahead there, yep.
Yeah, Chair. Again, it's going back to what the exceptional circumstances are to override this. And this as well, this access is for not only a domestic, but it's also for commercial purposes as well. I mean, the leasing of the chalets or the cottages, that's a commercial enterprise. And, do not think that in terms of road safety, it would be proper that the correct sight lines are put in. And number two, Suzanne, in your earlier submission, you made the point that one of the reasons for this was because they couldn't access the third-party land. But that, to me, isn't a good enough reason to set aside policy on road safety. But maybe that be clarified.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, Councillor Maguire. So effectively, AMP2 looks at us to go beyond the published guidance, and that's what I'm trying to sort of bring that point through to you. We also have to consider those other 5 points there in AMP2, right? In terms of the second point, yes, in an ideal world, we would want the access to be put in, but that's not what's in front of us in terms of an application today. And, members had obviously raised the issue before that the fact that, the visibility displays haven't been put in place for the holiday chalets, or the dwelling, and we know that, and obviously that's why this is in front of us today in terms of the dwelling. They're actually looking now to actually reduce the display. So I'm looking at what's in front of us today. We're trying to balance out the issues, looking at the road speed, looking at the evidence that's put in front of us. It's entirely appropriate for members to obviously, take a different view, or look for any other information that they feel that they might need to help them make a decision. But as an officer, I had to bring the application to a conclusion and bring it forward today. And I just don't think that that exceptional test is not a standalone test. It does require further consideration. And we're not looking at an issue whereby the access point is in the wrong position, the X distance is unacceptable, the forward sight line is not available. In addition to that one splay, we're looking at the fact that the splay is the only part of the visibility area that eastern splay has been reduced. The other parts of it are provided to satisfactory standard, and I think that's important. I totally, as I said at the start of my presentation, there's a risk to anybody walking up that road. Doesn't matter what the splay is. As David has pointed out, it's a very narrow road. And it's 2.7 metres wide in the width of the car. So there's a risk to anybody. We had photos put in of groups of people walking up the road. Groups of people, need to be careful walking up that road. So I'm not saying that there's no risk here. But what I'm saying is in terms of the reduction of the one splay, I think that there are other factors that allow a reduced standard of one visibility splay, but it's entirely, as I said, if members want to look at it further or whatever, more than happy to advise further on that.
Councillor, to answer your question.
Yeah, but the point is, if people are walking up the road and the visibility splays was in, a car wouldn't be pulling out, and a minor road someone having to avoid hitting children or hitting a car pulling out of a road, out of the access, because they couldn't see down the road. That's the point. It's still, I can't remember, it's 2.5 meters wide, no matter what. But if the visibility lines was in, it would be a lot safer. That's kind of the point I'm getting at.
Yep. I get your point there, Councillor McGuire. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, Councillor McGuire just said it there in his last line. That AMP2, paragraph 5.17, Suzanne, that you highlighted separately for us there. The last sentence, visibility standards will not be reduced to such a level that danger is likely to be caused. And whilst we're all talking about cars, and Kieran has then alluded to pedestrians, and in particular children, yeah, if you can't see them, you hit them, as simple as that. And you are 100% right, Suzanne. It is appropriate here that members to take a different view of the recommendation, and I'm grateful that you actually said that. It's just not all pointing there for me. I know the country roads are dangerous no matter what. And as you rightly said, like tractors, kids and with tractors, but those are locals. And I think that I'm making a point here that the tractors and people who use that road daily in and out are all locals. When it comes to visitors, or to the holiday lets or whatever, that they're not. And therefore, consideration that there is kids and pedestrians on that road is never taken into consideration. So yeah, I think Kieran McGuire just sort of summed it up there for me, Chair. Thank you.
I take it wasn't really questioning that for the officer. Okay. Alderman Carrigan.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in. And to be fair here, I raised it earlier, and I see Alderman Hussey has just put it in. We've aired this long enough. To be fair, we've went through it a lot, and we've come into different opinions and this, that, and the other. And I still maintain, to be fair to both the applicant and the objectors, I think we need to be on the ground. I think it would be far better to get a site visit and take a look at it on the ground and refer back, then bring it back to the next meeting. So as I say, if Alderman Hussey is content enough, I can either propose a site visit or second it, whatever way you want to have it, Chair. But I think between us, we're content to propose and second a site visit, and hopefully then get that before the next planning meeting or whenever suits, and then bring it forward into the next available meeting after that, Chair, if that's in order, because I don't see us really getting a conclusion today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Any more questions for the officer? Okay, so we have a recommendation from the officer to approve. Do we have a proposer? Seconder?
Chair, just for clarity, there's a proposal by Councillor Kerrigan. What way is that?
My apologies, you're quite correct, Kieran. We have a proposal for a site visit made by Alderman Hussey and seconded by Alderman Kerrigan. Okay.
The way around.
Bear with us, please.
I understand that it's on the policy that you have to submit the application for a site visit a few days before the application comes to committee, but I understand that it's your, you can make the decision, so.
Thanks very much, Angela, for
Fuck with that there. That's a shame.
that. Okay, my decision would be a site visit, I think, too. Go ahead. No.
Chair, with all due respect, I'd prefer if you could put that to a vote. Not sure everybody would agree with that idea.
That's taking John's proposal on that, Chair.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak on it? No, we'll take a vote then. Go ahead.
That's what that's what we're doing. That's fucking 2 hours a day.
Stand there. Good job, you know, kid. Just cleaning that under you.
I seen her at the big one as well.
Alderman Breslin, your mic is on.
Members, I've just been taking some advice there from the legal. I'm going to ask Philip to come in and clarify that first, please.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Logue is quite correct in what she says about the protocol requiring an application for a site visit to be made in writing in advance. What has happened in the past, members, is that an application has been made or a proposal has been made to adjourn the application for a period of 1 month, and during the course of that month, then an application has been received in writing from a member for a site visit. So procedurally, this proposal would need to be a proposal to adjourn the application for 1 month on the understanding that a site visit would be received. It's then obviously a matter for members to determine amongst themselves by vote whether or not they wish to adjourn the application for a month or whether they wish to dispose of the matter today.
Thank you for that clarity, Philip. I have Alderman Hussey wishing to speak on the matter.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose the reason for the initial proposal was resulting from the discussion around the item. And sometimes I wonder how it is possible, to have, decide that the site meeting might be necessary from discussion if you have to have it in a couple of days beforehand. That said, I believe there are issues that have emerged via the discussion around this particular application. And I would therefore propose that a decision be deferred to the next meeting, and that, if possible, a site meeting would be afforded prior to that decision being taken. I trust that meets with the legal requirement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Sorry, Alderman. So you're proposing that we adjourn this until we have in writing a request for a site visit, and then we can come back and bring it back to committee. Is that correct?
That's correct, as per explained by the legal advisor.
Okay, well, we need to vote on that. Yeah, okay. Sorry, councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair for Lennon. Just based on what the legal opinion has just given us, I think the proposal coming forward is just for an adjournment for 1 month, full stop. Whatever happens between now, if that's approved, between now and next month, is a separate matter.
Really, it's about, we're just trying to get the site visit out of the way, councillor Gallagher, but yeah. Okay, so we're going to call a vote here. Oh, sorry, have a proposer is Alderman Hussey, and seconded by Alderman Carrigan.
Thank you, Chair. So members, just to confirm, this is a vote from a proposal to adjourn this application to allow time for a site visit request to be received and considered. Yes. Thank you. Alderman Alan Breslin.
For.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
For.
Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For.
Alderman Hilary McClintock, as apologies. Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Against, Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For.
Councillor Dan Kelly.
For, Maura.
Councillor Patricia Logue. Councillor Kieran Maguire.
For.
Councillor Philip McKinney.
For.
And Councillor Sean Mooney.
Against.
That's 9 for, Chair, and 4 against.
Okay, so the proposal is carried. Okay, what I suggest now is that it's 5 to 4. We now take a 15-minute break. Everybody in agreement with that? Okay, right. Thank you. 2021-1095F, and it's Katrina's going to take us through that.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is item 3. It's an application seeking full planning permission for a 2-storey dwelling and detached garage at lands 50 metres northwest of 45 Glen Road, Strabane. The recommendation is to refuse. This was deferred last month by the chair at the agent's request for a site meeting, and the site meeting was held on the 26th of April. So the application site is located on the western side of Glen Road, outside the development limits of Strabane. The site comprises a roadside undulating agricultural field where the land falls away from the roadside in a westerly direction and then rises again along the western boundary of the site. The field is defined by a post and wire fence along its boundaries and has a mix of some vegetation. The northern site boundary is mostly undefined as it cuts through the middle of the field. In the immediate vicinity, there are 3 roadside bungalows, all on the opposite side of the road. You can see those on the map there and on the overhead photograph. Given the undulating nature of the land, these dwellings sit higher than the level of the road, while the application site is lower than the road level. So this part of Glen Road, when passing the site, is very rural and narrow in nature, that you can see from the photographs there. So they're proposing a large 2-storey dwelling and detached garage on the site opposite the 3 modest rural dwellings, which you can see in the block plan in the middle there, 45, 47A and 49. So the policy context is, as listed here, Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS 21, policy CTY1, CTY 13 and 14, PPS 2, PPS 3, and building on tradition. So here, this site, slide 5, this shows the site context in reference to the Strabane Area Plan. The dotted lines indicate the development limits, and the site is highlighted in yellow here. This shows it's not near the edge of the development. It is an open countryside. So policy CTY1 is the first test for allowing development in the countryside. Under this policy, officers must assess the principle of development, and the proposal should meet one of the criteria set out in policy CTY1. So we've assessed it, and the site is not within an existing cluster of buildings as per policy CTY2A. The site is not a replacement dwelling. It's not the development of a small gap site. It's not a dwelling on a farm. The applicant hasn't put forward any special personal or domestic circumstances, and it does not meet the needs of a non-agricultural business enterprise. So therefore, no case of need has been provided, and it's contrary to policy CTY1. In terms of CTY 13, integration and design, the proposed dwelling on the site has a ridge height of over 8 metres with a large front projection and rear return. The detached garage also measures 15 metres by 9 metres and has a ridge height of 6.5 metres. So as you can see in the photograph there, this is an undulating roadside field. And the opposite side, there's 3 modest rural bungalows. The size, scale, design and siting of the proposed dwelling and garage is considered to be inappropriate for this roadside site and surrounding area. The proposed dwelling and garage will fail to blend unobtrusively and satisfactorily into the rural landscape and is therefore contrary to policy CTY 13. In terms of rural character, the introduction of a large 2-storey dwelling and garage of an inappropriate design at this roadside location will start to change the rural character of the area by reason of build-up of development. The scale of the proposed dwelling and garage means it will appear prominent, and when viewed with the existing dwellings on the opposite side of the road, the proposal is also contrary to CTY 14 by reason of build-up. To allow this proposal will detrimentally alter the character of this area. So the other material considerations, the SPPS, the site is in close proximity to a number of dwellings in Glen Road, but given the separation distances, there are no concerns with regards to residential amenity. In terms of PPS 2, the proposal will not have a detrimental impact to local biodiversity or natural heritage. In terms of PPS 3, roads have no objections to the new proposed access. And there's a planning history across the road for an infill dwelling opposite this site between 45 and 47A under application reference LA11 2019 00840. So there has been one letter of objection received from a neighbouring dwelling. The main points raised are that the proposed 2-storey dwelling and garage is unsuitable for the site and will negatively affect the character of the area. The surrounding area is agricultural land with 3 single-storey dwellings. The scale and massing of the proposal is not in keeping with the area. The size and height of the proposal does not meet the design objectives set out in the SPPS. The dwelling does not integrate sympathetically with the surrounding landscape, making it contrary to policy C2I 13, and the new dwelling would cause a detrimental change which would further erode the rural character of the area and fails to respect the traditional settlement pattern of single-storey dwellings, making it contrary to policy C2I 14. So during the course of the application, the agent spoke to the case officer, and he put in a supporting case as for the slide. The agent considers the current Strabane area plan is out of date, and the current estimate for its replacement is another 4 years. The applicant's land is well placed to be within any extension of the town limits. The site lies 200 metres north of Strabane Academy School campus, 300 metres east of Glenview Manor, and 120 metres northwest of Tullochore Derry Road. The site is accessible by public road from both the Derry Road and the Glen Road, and as the current area plan is so out of date, this must be a material consideration in the planning application. So in summary, for us, having considered all of the material considerations, including the statement of case, we would say that it is contrary to C2I1 to allow a single dwelling outside the defined settlement limits would be setting an undesirable precedent for similar types of applications, contrary to PPS 21, and the proposed dwelling is also contrary to policies C2I 13 and 14, and that the proposed size, scale, and design of the dwelling and garage is inappropriate for the site, will fail to integrate into the landscape, and will be detrimental to the surrounding rural character. Now, the agent couldn't make the meeting today, so instead he has sent in a statement to be read out. So I'll just read it out here for points that he wanted read out to committee. So he said the Strabane area plan is out of date since 2001, and a new plan is unlikely for another 3 to 4 years, by which time the town will have been without an up-to-date plan for some 25 years. The site in question is located off an unmade-up public road and is surrounded on 3 sides by land within the out-of-date SAP. It is hoped that the site field in question will be within any new SAP. The applicant has been waiting 20 years or more in this land coming within the development zone. The site lies 200 metres north of Strabane Academy School campus, 300 metres east of Glenview Manor, and 120 metres northwest of Tullochore Derry Road. The site is accessible by public road from both the Derry Road and the Glen Road. The dwelling is positioned low on the site with the adjacent road some 3 to 4 metres above it. The dwelling fits well with its surroundings. The dwelling is located near other dwellings and could be seen to add to a small cluster. Water and electricity are close at hand, and there are virtually no sites available within the current SAP that offers sites of this quality. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, members, do we have any questions? We have no objectors and we have no agents speaking. We've just had the letter. Does anybody wish to have questions for the officer? Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair. Reference was made to the site visit. It wasn't requested by myself. I don't know who requested it, but it just so happens I was the only person on that site visit, which is disappointing that even the person who requested the site visit wasn't there. That said, the picture on page 89 of the actual field, I don't think gives true reference to the depth that field goes down to. If members care to go to page 89. Mention is also made of the outstanding application which has been approved. Could the officer give us more detail on the type of dwelling? Much has been made of the existing bungalows, the 3 single-storey, well, may actually be a story and a half in that. But what type of dwelling is waiting to be developed on the opposite side of the road there? It's my understanding that it may be 2-storey. So, you know, the new proposed dwelling would not necessarily then be out of context with what is possibly allowed already on that site. The agent has referred to cluster, and I would tend to agree with him. I'm sure that the officers will agree that for the site meeting, it's at the end of a road. Well, it's more or less, as I say, at the end of the public road. One of the officers, in fact, had difficulty finding the site, such as its location. And if it's going to present a difficulty visually in conjunction with the other dwellings, one thing that I haven't seen in the presentation is what we normally get, a distance photograph from somewhere along a main road, for example, that the site might be viewed on. And I'm just wondering, where are the viewing sites whereby this would, would be an inappropriate build-up within that area. As I say, on the particular side of the road, there's quite a fall in that field, and I just got the feeling it will be difficult to construct, but I feel that it can, a site could go into that particular area. Again, the agent has referred to the Strabane area plan, and like the agent, I would imagine that going forward, that dent, so to call, in the area plan will be matched up, because it's unnatural as it is at the moment, and that this site would come up within the area plan. But as it stands, I at this moment in time, having been on site, can see that the dwelling could be justified, and indeed could integrate sufficiently because of the topography into the particular site that it's on. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
To the chair, just for clarity, it was the agent that had requested the site meeting when he requested the deferral last month. It was done through the chair. In terms of the application that has been recently received, the application was approved at committee and there was no conditions put on it. We have received an application for a two-storey dwelling. It's at a very early stage and it's still under consideration, so there may be design changes to that, but that's the first stage that it's come in as. In terms of the topography, that's not a test in CTY1 that would get you over the line. So CTY1, there's very specific policy that you can apply, and we've been through all those and it doesn't apply to any of them. So sort of regardless of the topography on the site, I'll just draw back to show you slide 5 here. And you can clearly see here that the agent is trying to make a case that it's surrounded on 3 sides, by the development limits of Strabane, but the dots are the development limits, and there's a lot of land. The yellow is the application site, so there's a lot of land in between. So I wouldn't take that point. Fair enough with the topography on the land, but it still doesn't meet the test of CTY1, but the design as submitted would not be appropriate also. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hussey. Sorry, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Barr, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, like Councillor Hussey, I am familiar with the site as well. I do know that it is well below the road level. Even figure 12 shows it settled in nicely, and if you were driving along the road, it's actually lower than the houses on the other side of the road, even lower than the 3. But I have to say, I don't agree that this doesn't meet the test of CTY 13 or 14. Sorry. Yes, on CTY 13, a new building is unacceptable where it's a prominent feature in the landscape. I don't believe it is a prominent feature in the landscape because, as I said earlier, you know, the first floor of the house is going to be more than likely below the road level. A site lacks long established boundaries as B, and as building to integrate into the landscape, that's not an issue. The building integrates well. You also have to remember the undulating, as an officer's report, the undulation in the terrain. So we have that. C, it relies primarily on the use of new landscaping. That's not an issue. D, ancillary works do not integrate with their surroundings. That's not an issue. The design of the building is inappropriate. Like I said earlier, if it was on the opposite side of the road and built up, yeah, fair enough. I could accept that argument, but not when it's 3 to 4 meters below the road level. It fails to blend with the landform, existing trees. That's not an issue. In the case of the proposed dwelling on a farm, item G isn't an issue as well. And the same goes for every point in CTY 14. In my opinion, it meets all them standards. So that would bring you back to CTY 1. Now, and that goes to need. But if I take you to the Strabane area plan on the rural remainder policy, it says a less restrictive planning policy will be applied throughout this area, and applicants seeking planning permission for single dwellings will not have to demonstrate a need to live in the countryside. Now that is our development plan for the Strabane district. So with that in mind, Chair, I know there may be other questions, but I would like to make a proposal, but I'll give way to other questions first.
Nope, nobody else has indicated to speak, so go ahead, please. Sorry, apologies here. Suzanne wishes to come in on this.
Members, I just want to remind members that whilst the Strabane Area Plan operates as LDP, PPS 21 is a material consideration for this application, and I just want to have that for the record, that's the basis of the recommendation that officers had today. Thank you.
Okay, Karen, see nobody indicating in the chat box. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that intervention. The Strabane area plan is the local development plan for the district, and while the PPS 21 is the guidance document, but I believe 123.2 .1, you know, does away with reason 1 on the refusal. And as I said earlier, that brings us back to CTY 13, which is refusal reason 2, Chair. If I could just give me a second to bring it up. I can't get it, Chair, but it's CTY 13, and I have rehearsed this earlier. But to me, this house, while it's set 3 to 4 meters below the road, with a gradient, you know, sloping towards the Strabane end, and a rise above it towards, say, the Coram or the what would be the eastern side. That gives us due cover to integrate and design integrate the building into the countryside, and I believe the building meets all the points A to G of CTY 13. Again, CTY 14 is a reason for refusal, and again, the same issues apply. It says a new building will be unacceptable where it is unduly prominent in the landscape. To me, it is not unduly prominent in the landscape. It's actually lower than the bungalows on the opposite side of the road. It results in a suburban style build-up. to me, it does not result in a suburban style build-up when viewed with existing and approved buildings. It doesn't respect the traditional pattern of settlement in the area. You know, just 200 miles away, 200 meters, sorry. You know, you have a full settlement, and as has been stated earlier, you know, and we've seen it in other applications about contour lines on the area plans. And if this contour line had been straight across instead of weaving in, you know, this would have been part of the plan. C does not respect the traditional pattern of settlement exhibited in this area. Well, it actually does. It's on the opposite side of the road of a row of 3, which will soon be 4 buildings, and this is the only one. It does not add to a ribbon, and the impact of ancillary works, with exception of visibility space, would damage rural character. It doesn't. That's not an issue either. So, to me, it meets. We can overturn this application. I propose that we do on what I've just stated, Chair.
Thank you for that, Kieran. I have Keith wishing to come in, so if you don't mind, just let him speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No, just I was going to be fair, I see Alderman Hussey seconded, and I'm content Alderman Hussey spoke on it. But again, I was kind of going to reiterate then the points as Councillor Maguire has touched on. You know, it is that I know the Staban area plan has taken a bit of a bashing from the agent in his absence, but it's still the Staban area plan, the rural remainder point to the first refusal reason. And as Councillor Maguire has raised and Alderman Hussey has raised, you know, with the lie of the land there, you know, the dwelling house, although it's a 2-story dwelling house has been requested here, the majority of the first floor will be below road level, and so therefore it'll not be, as stated there in the second refusal reason, CTY 13, a prominent feature in the landscape. So again, I would be minded that points that Councillor Maguire have raised, I'm content with his reasons that he's raised, and I'm content that Alderman Hussey seconds it, and I'll support Councillor Maguire's proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Keith. We already have a seconder, which is Alderman Hussey. So the proposal here is to overturn the officer's decision. All right, recommendation. Okay, on the grounds of CTY 13. This house is going to be built below due cover and will integrate into the country. Do you wish to speak on it? No, okay. Okay, so can we have a vote on this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is a proposal not to accept officer's recommendation on item 2. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Support.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
Support.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Mora.
Thanks. Apologies for Hilary McClintock. Councillor Jason Barr.
Support.
Thanks, Jason. Councillor John Boyle.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Yeah, for Maura, please.
Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or
Thanks. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Maura.
Thanks. Councillor Dan Kelly.
For Maura.
Thanks. Councillor Patricia Logue. Thanks. Kieran Maguire.
Or.
Thanks. Councillor Philip McKinney.
Or.
And Councillor Sean Mooney. So that's 11 for and 2 against. There, thanks.
Okay, members, the proposals carried. Thank you. Okay, members, moving on to item number 4, LA 112019032990. There's quite a bit of late items to read through, so I'm going to give you 10 minutes to have a look through them. Okay, update yourself on these late items. Thank you. Members, I'm actually going to give you 20 minutes. There's quite a bit to get through. We're going to proceed with LA 11-2019-0329-0 or not. And Sarah's going to take us through that. If you would, Sarah, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Item 4 is LA 11-2019-03290. This is an outline application for the construction of social affordable residential development and community centre with works to include new access to Springtown Road, upgrades to Springtown Road and junction of Hawthorne Drive to include 2 number right-hand turning lanes, part culverting of existing watercourse, demolition of existing building, development of associated communal amenity spaces and landscaping, and associated site works, road and car parking. The site is on lands between 44 Derrymore and 42 Springtown Road and to the west of St Ethna's Park. Officer's recommendation is to refuse. A predetermination hearing on the application was held on the 25th of January 2022. So this is the site location plan. The site is located on Springtown Road and comprises 5 agricultural fields and a small building. The site is some 9.89 hectares in size. It is located outside the development limits of the city as defined in the Derry Area Plan 2011, and it is therefore located in the countryside. This is an aerial photograph of the site, and the blue line on the aerial photograph is the defined limits of development as identified in the Derry Area Plan. Immediately adjacent to the site is the recently constructed Derrymore housing development of 53 dwellings, which was approved by Planning Committee in 2016 for social housing, as it was considered to be rounding off to the development limit of the city. Other developments in the area inside the settlement limit include St Ethna's Park on the part of the eastern boundary, Hawthorne Grove and Springtown Court northeast of the site. So this is just a few photographs of the application site, and the houses there in the distance is the new development at Derrymore, agricultural building and fields. This is the frontage of the site to the western part of Springtown Road towards the nearest dwellings in the countryside. This is the frontage of the site and the adjacent Derrymore development. The nearest building, which contains 4 apartments on the photograph of Derrymore, are proposed to be demolished as part of this application proposal. To facilitate the access as proposed for this application site, the visibility displays required for safe access into the site will mean that the boundary wall along the frontage of Derrymore would also have to be demolished and some garden areas removed, and this would affect property numbers 44 to 49 Derrymore. And again, just another photograph showing the frontage of Derrymore. So in terms of planning history, officers provided advice through the PAD process, advising that the principle of the development is not acceptable as the proposal would be a major housing development outside the limits of development. It would be contrary to the Derry Area Plan 2011 and would be a significant departure from the area plan, contrary to the planning policy SPPS, and there would be no exception under PPS 21. The agents were advised during the PAD that the fundamental principle of housing on the site is not acceptable outside the limits, and the proper procedure for this land potentially being considered to be included within the development limit would be through future representations in the LDP process, which is underway. Located directly opposite the site, an application for 83 social housing dwellings was refused permission in May 2009 as it was contrary to the area plan. So this slide just shows you that the development of Derrymore, and members approved 53 dwellings outside the settlement limit in November 2016. At that time it was considered as rounding off and was approved subject to a substantial buffer of landscaping being provided at the western boundary of the site. And this photograph shows the planted boundary to Derrymore. The photo was taken in January 22 and that was required as part of that permission. So in terms of representations, 7 representations have been received during the processing of the application, which includes 1 petition of objection and 1 non-committal letter. To summarise the issues raised, the objectors considered that it was not on zoned housing land. It is only appropriate to develop on brownfield or zoned housing land before considering a development of this scale in the countryside. Why build on farmland when there is land inside the city? Precedent for building in the countryside rather than on sites in the city that need investment more. Housing estates on farmland, who benefits, where does it stop? Contrary to policy, PPS 21 and does not meet the exception in CTY 5. impacts on rural setting, inappropriate obtrusive development, does not conserve the landscape and natural resources, impacts on privacy on dwellings in St Denis Park, land drainage, sewer capacity, inadequate utilities and flooding, impacts on bats and natural habitats, inconsistencies in plans, Springtown Road is inadequate for additional traffic, safety concerns, congestion and traffic speeds of 60 miles per hour, neighbour notification procedures query and antisocial behaviour, and a detailed consideration of all the objections is set out in the officer's report. So to summarise the consultees, Council's local development plan team has the responsibility for the monitoring of zoned housing land, and this also includes monitoring progress of the committed housing developments and assessing the remaining potential land availability, both in terms of zoned housing land and other potential sites for residential development. The LDP team have advised that based on the housing monitor figures in 2017-18, 18-19 and the draft 2019-2021 figures, that it is estimated that there is land available in Derry City for 10,000 to 11,000 dwellings, 8,000 of which are on housing monitor sites, which is zoned housing land, and other sites which have been granted planning permission, and 2,500 are on urban capacity sites within the development limits of the city. Northern Ireland Housing Executive confirmed in January 22 that the current housing need projection for West Bank is 2,885 units between 2021 and 2026. Northern Ireland Housing Executive advised, subject to planning permission, they would support the mix of housing proposed. Historic Monuments, Environmental Health, Lochs Agency, DFI Rivers Water Management Unit, Regulation Unit, Natural Environment Division and Shared Environmental Services had no objections, subject to condition. Northern Ireland Water previously recommended refusal of the application. However, in the latest response on the 5th of May, Northern Ireland Water advised that they are in discussions with the developer regarding the progression of a stormwater offsetting scheme to enable approval of a foul sewer connection to the existing public foul sewage network. As this is an outline application, NI Water have now recommended site-specific conditions if permission were to be granted on the site, which requires full details of sewage treatment disposal to be submitted at reserved matters, and a condition that no development could commence until an agreed foul sewage discharge solution would be approved by Northern Ireland Water and Council. DFI Roads recommend refusal of the application as it is contrary to PPS 3 policy AMP2 in that a satisfactory access from Springtown Road has not been demonstrated. And in the event the committee would approve the application, DFI Roads have provided potential conditions. So this is a proposed concept layout which indicates a layout for approximately 258 dwellings and open space to comprise of 34 apartments, 6 complex needs units and 218 two-storey dwellings. There are 2 public open space areas, a community building and tiered outdoor venue space. The environmental statement submitted with the application states that there will be an outdoor gym equipment and a pedestrian connection to the equipped area of play approved as part of the Derrymore housing development. DFI Roads have advised that the layout would require significant amendments to accommodate the internal road, the internal bus route and location of bus lay-by and the proximity to a junction, and to provide visibility for all of the proposed units, and therefore the layout could be significantly changed, numbers of units impacted, and the open space areas could be impacted. Changes therefore to the concept layout would be required, which will impact the overall concept, including other elements such as retention of trees and vegetation and a buffer to the watercourse. Supporting information was submitted on the application, and within the supporting information, it considered that there are limited development opportunities for social housing and a lack of alternative sites. The statement acknowledges that the proposal is contrary to the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS and PPS 21. It states that the proposal will deliver community benefits and social affordable housing. A health and wellbeing strategy was also submitted to include the community hub, outdoor gym, trim trail, outdoor theatre venue and landscaping. Alternative sites were considered in the environmental statement, which included H2, H3, H1A and H15 zoned housing lands and lands also at Limavady Road and Foyle Road. So that slide just shows you the planning policy, which is listed on the slide, and this is also detailed in members' reports. This is an extract from the Derry Area Plan 2011, showing the site's location outside the development limit. So the site is located outside the development limits of the city, and it is therefore located in the countryside. The adjacent zonings, H17 and H3, are shown also on this plan. H17 has been developed and H3 has been partially developed, with some land remaining undeveloped and with no planning permission granted or applications pending with council on this zoned land. Considering the principle of development in the Derry Area Plan, the application site is adjacent to Derrymore, which contains 53 dwellings approved by committee in November 2016. This major application for approximately 258 residential dwellings submitted by the same applicant on land adjacent to Derrymore would again extend the age or limit for a second time from that as the defined limits in the current Derry Area Plan 2011. This is an unacceptable urban development of approximately 258 houses in the countryside. This fundamental departure from the area plan would set an undesirable precedent for similar development outside the defined limits of the city and into the protected countryside. So this is an extract from the Derry Area Plan showing the zoned housing lands in proximity to the application site. So in the context of Derry, there is available zoned housing land which has not yet been developed within the defined limits, much of which has planning permission or current planning applications. This includes a considerable amount in the west bank of the city. The LDP team advise the latest housing monitoring reports show that there remains land for 10,000 to 11,000 dwelling units within the city, and therefore officers consider there is adequate land within the development limits to accommodate this proposal. For example, the H2 housing zoning. Major outline permission was granted in 2018, and the concept master plan for this site indicated approximately 3,000 units could be delivered on the H2 zoned lands. H2 is located in an area of housing need in an accessible location in the West Bank, which would adequately accommodate this proposal for 258 dwelling units. As part of the Section 76 legal agreement for H2, an obligation was provided to allow for up to 30% of the site for social housing. Council is currently considering the first reserved matters application on the H2 lands for 740 dwellings, in which 420 of these units are proposed for social housing and 250 units affordable out of the 740 applied for. Members have also agreed to the modification of the Section 76 legal agreement to allow 40% social housing on H2. Officers consider that if 2,500 units in total were to be delivered on the H2 site, then 40% of the cumulative total would equate to 1,000 social dwellings on H2. Officers expect to present the reserve matters application on H2 to Planning Committee imminently. Therefore, officers consider that the H2 zoned housing lands could accommodate this development proposal. There's land also available on zoned housing lands H3 in Craigan. Part of this zoning remains undeveloped, and it is in an accessible location and within an area of housing need. The Derry Area Plan indicated a potential for 742 dwelling units on H3. Approximately 335 units have been built, with potential remaining for approximately 360 dwellings. In the H1A housing zoning on lands at Buncrana Road, there is no planning application or approval on these lands. H1A lands equate to 31 hectares and in terms of density could yield approximately 387 dwelling units. The location of H1A is accessible from Buncrana Road and located within the West Bank and in an area of housing need. The H1B housing zoning has outline permission and could accommodate 1,400 to 1,500 dwellings on this zoning. The reserved matters approval on Phase 1 East granted 263 social dwellings which are under construction. Officers are also currently considering a full application for 88 dwellings and a further reserved matters application on Phase 1 West for 174 dwellings. H1B is in an accessible location and also in an area of housing need, and officers consider that the H1B lands could accommodate the development proposal. Members will also be aware that there have been a number of recent approvals granted by committee recently, especially for social housing. 119 social dwellings were granted in January 21 on lands in Craigan adjacent to the Sean Dolan's GAC grounds. On Buncrana Road, permission was granted in April 22 for 98 social dwelling units on lands adjacent to Festina Retail Park. Council's LDP team advised that there is available land to accommodate up to 10,000 to 11,000 houses within the development limits of the city. So in considering the policy assessment of the Derry Area Plan, the current application for a major development in the countryside is contrary to the Derry Area Plan. This fundamental departure from the plan would create an undesirable precedent for similar housing developments on other lands outside the development limit. Whilst officers have considered the need for social housing in the city and West Bank, officers considered there are no overriding reasons why the development is essential in this particular location and could not be located on land within the defined limits of the city. This is further supported by policy CTY1 of PPS 21. To allow this housing development outside of the area plan's development limit is contrary to the Derry Area Plan 2011. It is a function of the development plan to provide sufficient land for growth whilst protecting the open countryside from urban sprawl. So an assessment of the Regional Development Strategy 2035 policy RG8 advocates the encouragement of compact urban farms and promoting housing within existing urban areas by recycling land and buildings and making use of other suitable sites, thereby reducing the use of greenfield land. Policy SFG7 states that the expected need for housing in the city will continue to increase and the additional dwellings will be provided for on land zoned for housing and on windfall sites which become available for development. Given that this proposed housing development is located within the countryside, it will not promote a drive to provide more housing in existing urban areas on land already zoned for housing or on urban capacity sites, and therefore the proposal is contrary to the Regional Development Strategy. In considering the Strategic Plan and Policy Statement, the SPPS advises that it is important to manage housing growth in a sustainable way and advises that sustainable development should be permitted having regard to the development plan and all other material considerations unless the proposed development will cause demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance. This means that development that conflicts with the development plan should be refused unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. The current area plan for the city is the Derry Area Plan 2011. Officers consider there is a sufficient amount of land within the defined limits that could accommodate the proposed development of approximately 258 residential units. This is supported by Council's local development plan team, who advise there is land within the limits to accommodate 10,000 to 11,000 residential units. This major housing development of 258 houses in the countryside outside the defined limits of development on a greenfield site is not considered a sustainable form of development, especially when there is more than adequate resource of existing undeveloped zoned and brownfield land within the development limits as set out in the development plan. The proposal is therefore contrary to the SPPS. In considering PPS 12 Housing and Settlements Plan and Control Principle 3, this advocates more sustainable forms of development where use of greenfield land for housing should be reduced and more urban housing accommodated through the recycling of land and buildings. This proposal is for housing outside a settlement and in the countryside, which is not considered a sustainable form of development when there is an adequate resource of existing undeveloped zoned and brownfield land within the existing development limit to accommodate this scale of housing. The proposal is considered contrary to PPS 12. In terms of PPS 21 policy CTY1 development in the countryside, the proposal does not meet any of the exceptions to policy that could be considered acceptable in the countryside as listed in CTY1. There are no overriding reasons why this housing development is essential in this rural location and could not be located within a settlement. The proposal is contrary to CTY1. CTY 15 states that planning permission would be refused that mars the distinction between a settlement and the surrounding countryside, or that otherwise results in urban sprawl. The proposed development will result in urban sprawl outside the limits and into the countryside, further extending it for a second time. The proposal is contrary to CTY 15. In concerning material considerations, a health and wellbeing strategy was submitted in support of the application. Sustainable development is at the heart of the SPPS, and it is expected that all residential development should be designed to create a quality residential environment, taking account of health and wellbeing. The health and wellbeing strategy is a material consideration, but is not a site-specific argument that would outweigh the policy concerns of this major development in the countryside. Another material consideration is the social housing need. It is acknowledged that there is a need for social housing in the city and in particular the West Bank. The social housing need projection for the West Bank is 2,885 units between 2021 and 2026, as clarified by the Northern Ireland Housing Executive in January 22. The Northern Ireland Housing Executive confirmed they would be in support of the mix of housing as proposed for the application. However, officers consider there is no need to build this development in the countryside, as there is an ample supply of zoned housing land and land existing within the limits of development of the city, which can accommodate this housing in a more sustainable manner. Outline permission has been granted for thousands of houses in the last few years, and full reserve matters applications have been approved specifically for social housing in the West Bank. For example, major construction is ongoing at Hitch 1C, with approximately 1,200 social houses having been built on the Hitch 1C site. A major housing approval on Hitch 1B, with an approved concept for 1,400 dwellings, with the first reserve matters under construction for approximately 300 social houses. Major outline approval at Hitch 2 for approximately 3,000 houses, with an associated legal agreement to allow 40% of the units to be for social housing. Officers are satisfied that there is adequate supply for both social and private dwellings within the city limits. So in terms of PPS3, access, movement and parking, the proposal requires the demolition of 4 apartments at building number 40 to 43 Derrymore. Amended plans were received in March 2022 from RPS and ASI, and these enabled a detailed review of the proposed access arrangements, including the impact on dwellings at Derrymore. The plans indicate the existing brick wall and metal rail from number 44 to 49 needs to be taken down and rebuilt along the face of the sightline. DFI Roads advise that the Ghost Island turning pocket has not been designed correctly. Although annotated on the plan as 3 metres wide, it does not scale 3 metres along its entirety and tapers to 2 metres. Alterations of the Ghost Island pocket will impact the visibility display to the east from the proposed development and to the west from Derrymore, and DFI consider that the wall and railings to number 50 Derrymore may also require setting back. In a final response from DFI Roads on the 29th of April, DFI Roads advised the site will be a major housing development which requires design and delivery of a safe vehicular access and non-motorised user access. As presented, the layout is not accurately designed to demonstrate compliance with appropriate design standard to this access junction, so DFI Roads cannot approve or sign off on the layouts. They advise that there may be sufficient space to provide an acceptable design for the vehicular access, although this requires accurate detailed design to include dimensions and levels. DFI Roads have provided a reason for refusal and consider the proposal is contrary to PPS3 policy AMP2 in that a satisfactory access from Springtown Road to the site has not been demonstrated. In the event committee approves the application, conditions have also been provided. So in summary, the principle of developing this site for a major housing development of approximately 258 dwellings in the countryside is contrary to the Derry Area Plan 2011. It's contrary to regional and strategic policy and planning policy. This major development of 258 units outside the development limits in the country would set an undesirable precedent for other development outside the limits. The social housing need has been considered. However, officers consider there is an ample supply of zoned housing land and land existing within the limits of development in the city, which can accommodate this housing in a more sustainable manner. In terms of the roads issues, a satisfactory access from Springtown Road has not been demonstrated on the plans submitted to date. This proposal is contrary to the Derry Area Plan 2011, the Regional Development Strategy, the SPPS, PPS 12, PPS 21 and PPS 3. Officer's recommendation is to refuse permission, and there are 7 reasons for refusal, which are set out in members' report and are also provided on the slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I see there's one speaker there, Mr. Daniel McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre, if you'd like to start your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm just going to put the stopwatch on here. And before I get going here, I did clarify with the city solicitor that in the event that I wish to require and ask further time, then I could make the request, and it may be potential for you to extend the time beyond 4 minutes. I've got 5 minutes, I should say, to respond to a 25-minute speech that Sarah has made. Thankfully, we agree with most of the points that she makes. I remind the panel that we're not really here for a fight. We're here to discuss the law and policy in relation to this important application. I've submitted some documentation. As someone said earlier today, we have all been on a steep learning curve. And this particular application has had the benefit of a predetermination hearing and a trip to the High Court. And as a result of a very, very helpful collaboration with the city solicitor, we've been able to agree settled positions in terms of law, regulation and policy. And it really gets down to this. The panel are invited to make a decision based on 2 things. 1, they identify the material considerations, and 2, they apply appropriate weight to each of those material considerations. I turn first to the document that I submitted on the 17th of May. It's described as a supplementary submission note stroke speaking note. I'm not sure if members have access to that. Assuming that they have, I'll just quickly run through it. There's an overview that sets out the overall and overarching policy and legal and regulatory framework. But in a nutshell, it gets down to this, that where there is an up-to-date plan, applications that are outside the limit should invite in a rejection unless there are good reasons to say otherwise. So the answer starts as being no, unless we can persuade you that there are material reasons why you should say yes. In other words, and that's a weighting exercise. So if it's 51% in favour of yes, we can topple the so-called boundary, as it were. The boundary, as we know, is not a fortress. It is a line that was arbitrarily drawn around Derry back in the year 2000, and is not, as I say, a fortress, but rather as a guide. And the plan, we say, is not the Derry area plan. The plan is a function of 2 things, which I'll discuss in a moment. But in any event, even if there was an up-to-date plan, we can still persuade you to go outside the so-called limit if it was up-to-date. Now, the situation here is that we're out of date. We have an out-of-date plan, hopelessly so, the court would describe it as. There's recent legal cases for that would describe plans of this vintage as being hopelessly out of date. The target seems to be a review every 5 years or so. We're now operating a plan that expired, we say, in 2011. That's more than 11 years ago. But anyway, I think there's not much debate. There is legal definition of what is up to date and out of date. But where there is an out of date plan, the presumption is to say yes, unless you can prove that there's demonstrable harm or that our project is going to damage some particularly protected interest, like a church or some other particularly protected interest. So the test is different. The test shifts. The test isn't the answer is no until we persuade yes. The actual test is the answer is yes until you can demonstrate harm. And with the greatest respect to the officer's submissions, and it is a very comprehensive submission, and I think the members will accept that we've been through a very, very detailed and robust journey here, properly so. The decision makers, I should say, are dealing with new law. They've got new powers, properly so, and they can exercise them properly. But it is a challenge for them to come up to speed with the complex law and regulatory framework. But in any event, our starting point is that there's a misconception that somehow a line drawn around Derry in 2000, the year 2000, should act as a barrier to economic development or improvement for the local community. So that's our starting point. Going back again, the first job is to find out what the material considerations are, and then weight as a matter and is in the hands only of the decision makers. In other words, the elected officials have got the power to ascribe whatever weight they see fit, and the legal test for that is as long as it's reasonable, they're within the law in doing so. I jumped to paragraph 7 of my submission, which deals with the material planning considerations. I identified 10. And effectively what we say is that every single material planning consideration tips the balance in our favour. We start off with the need for social housing. There has been criticism about the lack of clarity in the statistical information presented to the committee before, so I don't wish to descend into a debate about numbers. I simply make this point. There is a screaming need for social housing in this area. Every single political party that we talk to will tell us that they could fill these houses tomorrow morning. Now, whatever the reasons, whether land's not becoming available, whether people are sitting out for higher prices, whether there's a delay in whatever the reasons, there is that need. And supply has not kept pace with demand. Now, uniquely for this site, and we accept that this site is on the urban fringe of the outdated area plan that expired in 2011. Whilst we accept that, we also say, and it was noted, and again, I'm grateful to the officers for highlighting it, the Housing Executive have identified that this is an area of acute need. The Housing Executive have gone further, and specifically for this site, have said they support the housing mix. There was a great deal of engagement with Apex, the Housing Executive, and the promoters to make sure that we got the mix right. And just as a matter of fact, we hope to be there physically today. This is what the officers are trying to prevent. That's what the scheme looks like. One of the councillors previously described it as a first-class scheme. You will see this is not high density. You will see that the health and well-being has been acknowledged. You will see lots of green areas. This is a first-class scheme of first-class homes. It is not buy them cheap, stack them high. It is a first-class scheme. Sorry I've had to do it that way, but the absence of our physical presence today has made that necessary. So first thing is, there is the need. The Housing Executive support the scheme, and the direction of travel is wrong. The need is actually, when we first came in here in 2019, the need was something like 2,009 units. Now that need has gone to 2,885 units. So we're in the wrong direction. The second material consideration.
Sorry, Mr. McAteer, can I just advise that your 5-minute speaking allowance has lapsed? Thank you.
Right. Well, I've got to the first material consideration. The first 2.2 minutes were dealt with housekeeping issues. Mr.
McAteer, I'm going to allow you some extra time to put your case across. I would ask you, sir, could you please keep to being succinct, please?
I will try my best. So the first material point is the need for social housing, which we say is resoundingly in our favour. The second one is economic development. This will release a very significant amount of economic development into our local area. The third material consideration is planning policy. We say that the application sits squarely not only with planning law, but with planning policy. As a result of the Act 2011, the purpose is that there be more local accountability, giving local politicians the opportunity to shape the areas within which they're elected. We say that what we're asking our local representatives to do sits squarely with that. The objective is to, I quote, furthering sustainable development. Sustainable development isn't a matter of sense or feeling. It is a matter of definition in UNESCO, which talks about promoting and improving wellbeing by meeting the needs of the present, not next year in 3 years' time or 5 years' time, but meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And therefore, our project sits squarely within the definition, the legal definition of sustainable development. It should also point out that the National Policy Framework says that planning should operate to encourage, not act as an impediment to sustainable growth. And I don't mind saying that our experience here has been that this has almost been a fight rather than a collaborative engagement, and I'll come back to that shortly. 7.4, we deal with the local development plan. The proper definition of the local development plan is not the narrow construction that the officers lead us to believe. The narrow construction is the 2011 boundary is the local development plan. That's simply not correct. The local development plan is a function of two variables. One, an up-to-date plan, and in the absence of an up-to-date plan, what does the emerging plan look like? And that's a common sense approach, because once the old plan falls out of date, the new plan's coming in, and there is that handover, as it were. So we say that when you look at the local plan, local development plan in its entirety, then we sit squarely within the objectives of that plan. Coming down the track in the new plan is the so-called urban fringe policy. And this is a policy that's been put into the local development plan, the 2032 development plan. And what this imagines is that in exceptional circumstances, And where there is an extreme localised social affordable housing stress that cannot be met through a both sequential test, being the release of existing land, the following will be permitted. And they say then a site will be identified to allow for social affordable housing. We say that our plan sits squarely within that policy objective. And we also say that the emerging plan does reveal and gives an insight into the forward-looking policy objectives that this council is trying to achieve. At 7.5, we deal with the planning history. And the planning history, we say that it is settled law that development, commercial and residential, can be permitted outside the boundary of an area plan, even an up-to-date plan. The high courts are littered with examples of cases proving that development can be outside the limit of an up-to-date plan. And that isn't a particularly controversial point to make, because if you can think about it, what it says is where there is an up-to-date plan and the application is outside it, the decision is no, unless the balance can be tipped in favour of it. So that would indicate and confirm and prove that being outside the limit itself is not equal to more than 51% of the weight, as it were. It of itself cannot be a reason to resist an application. So that's 7.5. The consultation responses, again, I'm grateful to Sarah for quickly running through those, because they're all positive. You will see, members, that we have gone through a very robust process. The idea that somehow floodgates would open is quite frankly risible, because we have been put to the test. We've done a very thorough exercise. We have, to put it bluntly, ticked all the boxes, not just the legal boxes and the policy boxes, but the technical micro planning boxes. The local development plan team, I'm reminded that this is the very team that came to the planning committee last time to say that we better be careful not to upset current landowners. That was a non-material matter that was raised. But in any event, the local development plan, we welcome that there's more land coming available. We welcome that there's going to be more social housing. The more the merrier. That's what we're here for. In terms of the NIHE, the Housing Executive has confirmed specifically its specific support for this type of housing mix, and says it is an area of acute housing need. HED Historic Monuments, very satisfied with what we propose. Environmental Health, happy, no objections. DFI Roads, we'll come to that in a moment. Locks Agency, no issues. DFI Rivers, no issues. Water Management Unit, no issues. Regulation, no issues. Designated sites, no issues. Habitats, no issues. NED goes on to welcome the removal of a culvert and improvement in safety. Bats, no issues. Badgers, no issues. Shared environmental services, no issues. Again, Sarah is correct to say that there had been an issue from NI Water. I remind the members who were here the last time, that was not an issue in play at the last hearing. This was a new issue that was introduced. But in any event, due to a collaboration with NI Water, they're now satisfied and they're quite happy to submit and promote approval of this scheme. And we welcome that engagement. In terms of objections, well, we say that the objection really is it's outside the limit, with the greatest respect, and we of course respect people's right to object. The members are reminded that this scheme is subject to neighbour notification of over 105 homes, not once but twice, and there's 300 notifications sent out. There's a big engagement up at the school. There's been a big public engagement. The only objections that come forward are a cut and pasted objection from an architectural technician who had worked for a company who wanted to be the architect in the job and didn't get the job. I don't want to labour that point too much, but we say that some of the neighbours have been presented with a petition to sign, and one of the neighbours, we've made our own inquiries, was told that the community centre that we wish to build for the community is actually next door to his house. It's at the opposite side of the site. We say, therefore, in balance, 300 notifications, one objection, then the mathematics speaks for itself. In terms of the layout, design, and amenity matters, again, I'm grateful for Sarah for confirming that health and well-being is a material condition. Now, she says it's not determining, it won't tip the balance, but we say it is a factor in our favour, and that there is health and well-being for the site that's laid out. And then finally, and most importantly, is there any potential harm? No, the answer is no. There's not one single piece of evidence to suggest any potential harm for the development. As a matter of fact, there is a very significant planning gain, because we have, and we have volunteered to do it, offered to do two things. First of all, we've offered an immediate turning bay for a bus lane up the Springtown Road. our engagement with DFI roads has fallen, unfortunately, on deaf ears. But significantly, we have offered a right-hand turning lane into another site, which improves the safety on the Springtown Road. Now, those of us who live in the city side will know that there is a history on the Springtown Road, and we thought as a duty, and the promoters did offer to build in a right-hand turning lane. So there doesn't seem to be much mention of the improvements on the safety, and we say that in and of itself is a material consideration. So those are the 10 matters that have to be considered. We submit that all of them are in our favour, and we then say that the officers have failed to demonstrate any potential harm. There's a suggestion that by somehow developing the city of Derry outside an arbitrary line drawn back in the year 2000, that somehow might be harmful. I find it very difficult to understand. I then go on to deal with the officers' reasons for refusals. I'm happy to take questions and amplify our response, but I jump on very, very quickly. And if I sound nervous, I apologise for that, because this is quite tricky to do this in 5 minutes, given the importance of the scheme, given that it's already been subject to High Court litigation. So if I miss a point or two, you might give me an opportunity to mop up later. But in any event, I conclude in the following way. The current area plan is out of date, and therefore the decision makers are required to grant the application unless specific reasons can be found to say no. Not only are none of the reasons present, there have been many relevant material reasons why the decision makers should say yes. Based on the findings of the High Court, the helpful exchange of the views of the city solicitor, and a proper analysis of the current law and regulations, the applicants have prepared a summary of the settled position, which is attached to pages 1 to 2 to your bundle. I'll run through that very quickly. And also, Mr. Kingston had very helpfully replied by way of a table settling the understanding of the law. And I think, broadly speaking, we are in an agreement with it. And again, in line with what some members said earlier, this is a steep learning curve. These are difficult matters, and we respect that, and we have engaged fully. We were not criticised, but we were challenged by one of the councillors previously, Councillor Gallagher, who noted that we were making complaints about the process, and he recommended that we try to collaborate more. And we've taken that on board. We have tried to collaborate, but our experience has been less than positive to date. But we have taken the criticism on board, and we have collaborated. And we'll deal with the DFI roads in a moment to see where that led us. But the collaboration with Mr. Kingston and with NI Water, and indeed with the local, all of the political parties that engaged, all but one did, all that collaboration has been very, very helpful in clarifying the issues, both policy, legal, and over and above that, then, as the political temperature has been taken of what's needed in the town. So whilst we accept that it's a matter for the decision makers to add the weight, I've set out a table about how we apply our mind to it. Well, if there's an existing area plan, we say that can score 30%. But of course, that doesn't apply because there is no up-to-date plan. So therefore, the weight that is to be ascribed to it is reduced, we say, by 10% for every year that's out of date. Because it's 10 years past its sell-by date, sadly, the area plan, we say, is reduced to nil. But to balance the scale, we say that some weight can be given to the emerging plan. At the last predetermination hearing, misrepresentation was made that no weight could be given to that, and I will deal with that in questions. But what weight, if any, can be given to an area plan? What we say is this: as soon as the new plan is published, weight can be given to it, and the policies enshrined within it. Our local plan has been painfully slow in process, but we have passed the first stage. So members are legally entitled, in fact, legally obliged to give some weight to the emerging plan. And we say the urban fringe policies in there, and therefore some weight is entitled to be given to it. In fact, Councillor Mooney raised that question at the predetermination hearing, and we say he got the wrong information. Again, Mr. Kingston has helpfully clarified.
Sir, can I ask you to stop referring to individuals, please? We're trying to deal with the application in front of us here.
The social housing need, we say, should be weighted 30%. There is no doubt that there's a social housing need. There is no doubt that we satisfy that. It's a fundamental human right, and a pressing need for social housing is there, and significant weight can be given to that. Economic development, we say that should get a 20% weight. This will generate in excess of £40 million for the local economy. Planning policy, we say the weight would be 10 to 20%, depending on the vintage or up-to-dateness of the plan. We say that our scheme sits squarely within all planning laws and regulations and ties in with the overall policy objectives. So we say that ours not only marginally, but all of the plans, all of the regulations, all of the laws we actually comply with. And the only argument against us is that we say respectfully the incorrect and narrow construction that the Derry Area Plan is that limit that was drawn 30 odd years ago. In terms of public opinion, we think that 10% is an appropriate weight for that. And we say, based on the public consultation, based on our engagement with the political representatives, based on the neighbour notifications, we're entitled to score 10 out of 10 for that, or 9.9 if you give the architectural technician any airtime at all. But his complaint really has been dealt with by the officers. A lot of the complaint says it's not material. Our view is it's sour grapes. The one point he makes is you're outside the limit, but again, because he's a technician, perhaps he may not have fully understood what the law says about what the development area is. In terms of consultation responses, again, we're grateful to the officers. We've engaged over many years to get this done, and you can see that every single thing now, every single box has been ticked. And with one exception, we say it has been ticked, DFI roads, but I want to deal with that. But significantly, the potential harm has not been defined. Now, the potential harm isn't a matter of, well, we just don't like this, or this looks bad, or oh dear, we're in the countryside. That is not the test. The test is a statutory test, and the statutory test is dealt with at point D. It's a page, it's a section 1 of my note, but the overarching objectives are expressed as follows. So that sustainable development is pursued in a positive way, at the heart of the framework is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. So the starting point is we should have development. Plans and decisions should apply a presumption in favour of sustainable development. For decision taking, this means approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay, but of course there is no up-to-date plan. And where there are no relevant development plan policies, or the policies which are most important for determining the application of date, you must grant permission unless you can demonstrate 2 forms of harm. 1, the application of policies in this framework that protect areas of assets of a particular importance. We say this doesn't apply. Or any adverse impacts of doing so. In other words, any adverse impacts of giving us the right to do this development would significantly and demonstrably is the legal test, outweigh the benefits. When assessed against the policies in this framework, we say not only is there no harm, but there's no harm that has been significantly or demonstrably shown. And therefore the harm can't outweigh our position. For ease of reference, we've put in some documents, and Lois was very helpful, indicated that if we wish to refer to these, she would put them on screen. And I wonder if I could ask that would be done, could be done now, if that's possible. Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I never really picked up what you're requesting to put on screen there. Could you maybe clarify that, please, Daniel?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. There were some maps that were appended to this document. There's the line of the outdated Derry Area Plan. There's a map showing the location of the site, an aerial photograph of the site, and the letter from Apex confirming a commitment to start right away.
Daniel, is that the one that's circled number 4, is it?
I think it starts, that's right, Mr. Chairman. It starts at number 3 and then 4 and 5.
Okay,
Maybe
okay, I'll request IT, see if they can put it up on the screen for us.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Lois. That is the old area plan 2011, based on information. It was launched in the year 2000, and as you see, it doesn't form any particular pattern. I think at one point back then, there was a suggestion about a 100-metre contour line. I think we all know that the highest building in the world now is 835 metres, 8.5 times higher than that. But as you can see, it's not really squared off. It's higgledy-piggledy. and we say, if I could, Mr. Chairman, please go to page 4 now, which is the diagram of our site with a white line.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Page 4, please, IT. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm sorry for having to do it this way, but sorry, that's the wrong one. It's page 4, the bundle. It's oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah. It's just thank you very much. Thank you. So it's that white squaring off. You can see there that what we're following just to the right of the white sort of right angle there. There is a road just at the top of the site. This is the site that was referred to. In fact, the next page might show a bit more clarity on it. You can see it, number 5, page 5, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Again, I apologise for doing it this way, but you'll see, and this is a bit upside down. Could that be rotated possibly? Is that? It's a bit misleading when we see it that way. Looks as if we're looking at the back of a helicopter or something. But could you?
I'm not too sure. I don't think they can. It's maybe. Daniel, all the members have had this sent to them. They have a hard copy on their iPads.
Oh, all right. Well,
they can bring it up themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's very helpful. But what I was going to try and point out was, first of all, this isn't in the countryside at all. The land isn't used for farming. The land is owned by a family called the Hart family. Once or twice we allow horses to go on that land. It's not farming at all. You can see it's not in the countryside. It's the next site up. And in fact, that picture doesn't actually show where the 53 houses are built, right? What it does show is a small road. If you look at the top of the picture, you can see the small road running into a cluster of houses. And then to the left of that road, that was the site that was rejected in 2009. But the planning history of that was the developer back then in 2009 was that, look, that site's going to be brought in the new area plan, which will be in shortly after 2011. Now, as we all know, the new area plan never did come in. So I just wanted to show you the location of the site and the nature of the site. It's not out in the countryside. It's not an agricultural site. And it is not, it is in fact on the urban fringe as opposed to being in the countryside, as the legal definition would have it. There's then at page 6, you have a letter from Apex just confirming their support, and that in the event that the application is successful, we will immediately progress for full planning with a view to developing the scheme. That is the commitment that was made in 2019. That was a commitment that's repeated in 2022, that the applicants and the promoters will get on with it. At page 7 and 8, there is what I describe as a Scott schedule, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if we could, again, if the members have it, it's an incredibly helpful document that Mr. Kingston prepared and worked with us to prepare, which really sets out what the settled position is regarding the law and planning policy. I don't propose to open up everything, but in broad terms, we do seem to have agreed most of the, if not all, in fact, of the legal issues. And to summarise them, I took the opportunity to prepare a document called the Summary of the Settled Position, and that can be found on page 1 and 2 of the bundle. And that bundle,
Excuse me, Daniel. Could you bring it to a close? I think I've sort of been quite lenient and give you ample time to speak. I appreciate if you could just draw to a close, please, sir.
Thank you for that, and sorry for going on, but as I said, it is an important scheme for this town, so thank you for your indulgence. I just wanted to go to pages 1 and 2, which is the settled position on the law and regulation that we say applies. What I would prefer to do then, given the pressure on time, is take questions. I was about to come on to DFI roads, but perhaps, Mr. Chairman, if you would allow it, I can deal with that for questions from members. We say the DFI roads matter not only is sorted out, but the issue that has arisen is an issue that involves 2 inches of a debate, which relates to a right-hand turning lane, which we offered. We didn't have to offer, but we did offer.
Excuse me, sir. All the members do have a copy of that. I'm sure the pastor may ask you a question on it, so We can refer to it then, if you don't mind, please, sir.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for allowing me the time there, and thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for that. Have we any questions for Mr. McAteer, please?
Chair.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair, for letting us in. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. It's very thorough. And I don't know if I made a complaint the last time, but I think it was maybe some advice around collaboration. And you mentioned it there. And maybe you talked about some policies and laws in collaboration with the city solicitor and with other departments. Could you elaborate a wee bit on some of that? Because like we've had a presentation here, and maybe I might ask the solicitor later on, but we've had a presentation from the officer saying that planning policy hasn't been met. But in your presentation, you're saying it's a collaboration with the solicitor seemed to weigh in your favour. Could you elaborate a bit on that? Could you possibly?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me in, and thank you, Councillor Gallagher, for the question. Sorry, maybe the word complaint was too strong. I'll withdraw that. There was a suggestion I think you made. Yes, there has been a collaboration. First of all, we have distributed our analysis of the law and regulation to all the political parties and invited them to come back and identify whether there was any discrepancy. And I think that arrived at a settled position. Similarly, we produced the Scotch schedule with the city solicitor, and the position is set out. I was just about to open pages 1 and 2, and if I may do so, we set out what the settled position regarding law and regulation would be in the following manner. First of all, we say who decides on what weight to give to each material consideration. It's agreed that you do, the members do. Secondly, is the impact on private economic interests a relevant material consideration? The High Court has confirmed no, it is not, yet that was raised at a previous hearing at which this application was rejected. We say, is the development outside an up-to-date area plan? Is development outside an up-to-date area plan prohibited by law or planning policy? The answer is no. There isn't a prohibition, even if the area plan was up to date. That's the settled law. The next one is the weight given to the existing area plan reduced depending on how out of date it is. Yes, this is confirmed in the High Court judgment. The older the plan becomes, the less weight can be given to it. So say you give 30% to an up-to-date plan. Well, for every year that passes, the 30% drops to 20%, whatever. But obviously, how far it drops is a matter for yourself and your colleagues. Question, can weight be given to a planning policy in the future area plan? Yes, it can. Weight can be given from the date of publication, and the amount of weight depends on the stage of the area plan. Now, Mr. Kingston agrees that the weight can be given, and he refers very helpfully to the guidance in the NPPG, which we had submitted. Now, he might have a different view to me about how much weight should be given, but with the greatest respect to both of us, that's not for us to decide. That's for the planning committee members to decide. Does granting plan permission in this scheme automatically eat into future rural allocations? The answer is no, it doesn't. There isn't a ceiling on future rural allocations. So granting in this scheme will not necessarily reduce the amount of future rural allocations. Next question, have the applicants properly identified all material relevant considerations? We say not only we have, but every single one of them is positive and in favour of our scheme. So therefore, the next question is, does the scheme cause any harm? The answer is no, and it's demonstrably so. Next question, are there any technical impediments from NI Water or DFI roads that cannot be resolved through appropriate and fair conditions? We say no, because anything that has been identified, and I think again the officer has helpfully confirmed it, NI Water are satisfied, they recommend an approval. DFI roads, while they protest, wrongly we say, while they protest, they say that these things can be conditioned, and we have a discussion about conditions. We then say, does each planning condition imposed have to pass each of the following legal tests, namely that they are necessary, relevant to the development permitted, reasonable, precise, and enforceable? There are 6 legal tests, and the answer is yes, the conditions must pass all 6 legal tests. Is the site in the countryside? No, it is an urban fringe development. We've shown the photograph. Were the members of the planning committee unlawfully denied a vote in the previous hearing? We say yes. This is important because we know that there are new members to the planning committee. As we've heard earlier today, those members do rely on the officers for proper, accurate and reliable advice, but they also turn to their experienced colleagues who have been around the block, as it were. I don't mean that in an insulting way, but been around the block and experienced. So members do turn to the experienced planning committee members for guidance. And I don't want any of the new people to think that, well, this was shot down before. Well, maybe I've missed something that the more experienced people got. So just want to put that in. So people were denied a vote at the previous hearing. Could the application have been called in back in July 2020? We say yes. The court has confirmed that. Are the applicants prohibited by law from communicating with the planning committee members? We say no, we're not, but we specifically didn't communicate directly with planning committee members at the request of Mr. Kingston, to respect his request. And finally, is a planning committee a quasi-judicial body? No, it is not. So therefore, this process isn't supposed to be adversarial. It's not supposed to be a fight. It's supposed to be an information gathering and explanatory process by which you people can be informed to identify what the material considerations are, and then to apply the weight that you see fit. And our experience seems to have been, the previous experiences with planning committee seemed to have been, it was like a high court fight where it's not meant to be. So our position on the law is set out in my document dated 16th of May 2022, and the regulatory and legal framework is set out at section from paragraphs 44 to 71 of that document. There's a further analysis of that, and as to the best of my understanding, we have not had any criticism of that or any challenge to it. So we take that as accepted position. But again, I do want to thank you, Mr. Gallagher, for the challenge, not the complaint, the challenge, because we did try to collaborate, and that has borne fruit, as I hope the committee will now see today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Daniel. Alderman Hussey, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Daniel, for the presentation. I'm probably one of those new boys you're referring to, because this is my first year on the Planning Committee of Derry City and Strabane District Council. I'll say no more about that. The application, I've taken on board all that you've said and all the pros and cons, but there's something in the back of my mind that I think does need to be answered. When officers were presenting, they referred to the fact that there is capacity for 10,000 dwellings within the current boundary of the city as per the Derry area plan. Personally, I don't mind when things do move elsewhere. I like to see things moving outside cities, preferably out to our other settlements rather than the edge of cities. But is there a rationale as to why you are not utilising that capacity that exists? And I suppose a subsequent question to that might be, are you concerned about land banking? Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Daniel, go ahead there, please.
Sorry, I was waiting for your invitation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me in again, and thank you, Councillor Hussey, for your question. I mean, I hesitate to tread on the unwelcome territory here. Landowners that have been given planning permission have a God-given right to do with their land as they see fit. One of the landowners with whom we had an engagement is a farmer, and that family have been farming the land for quite a long time, and are entitled to continue to do so. And they made it clear that they don't want to release land. So the land it's just not been released, and that's their business. Now, the response to that has been twofold. The British government have responded by the policy of use it or lose it. In other words, use your planning permission or lose it. The Irish government have said that they will begin to tax landowners who are benefiting from the inflationary effects of just sitting on land. Those are matters I think that are above my pay grade, and it's not really my business. But on the ground, I think that every single politician that we talk to has said, look, for whatever reason, and I'm not here to criticise landowners or business people or farmers. As I say, it's their right to do what they will. But for whatever reason, it's just not coming available. So therefore, this site was owned by a family that's they've owned the land for 50 odd years. They've made the land available. The Springtown Road seemed to be the natural field up. We made sure that all the infrastructure was there. We made sure that we thoroughly engaged with the planners. It's quite right to say at the first PAD, we were told that this is outside the limit of the area plan. Now, we don't say it's outside the development limit because we think that description is misconceived, but we accept it's outside that line. But we went through this with meticulous detail, and this was a suitable site. I would take the point it was away up in Sheriff's Mountain, then that poses difficulties. That might be an issue, but that's really not where we are. So, in answer to your question, Councillor Hussey, the facts are, the Latin expression I think is ipsa res locator, is it? The facts speak for themselves. The land is just not available. Now, there may be land further on down the line. It may be that that land is used for private housing. Maybe people know that they can get 3 times more for their land for private housing. And good luck to them. Good luck. I mean, it's not my business to comment on that. All we're saying is that we've got a landowner who's engaged. We can economically deliver this scheme, and all the planning concerns are resolved. We say, I'm not sure if that answers that, or maybe throw more information and none the wiser, but it's the best you can do, I'm afraid. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's grand.
Thank you,
Daniel.
Daniel.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
Sorry,
any
Mr.
more
Chairman, sorry, if I could just make one point finally. One of our concerns that the court has identified was there's one particular parcel of land quite close to our site. I don't wish to name people here, but one of the councillors at the time said, look, this is a great looking scheme. Why don't you just do it down the street or wherever? What had actually emerged in the court is that the landowner had notified the planning officers that they don't intend releasing their land for many years. And that piece of information was not presented as clearly as it might have been. I'll use the judicial language. I don't want to be overly critical, but that's just to clarify that point for Councillor Hussey. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for your presentation as well. Any more questions for Daniel? I don't see anything in the chat box. I don't see any hands raised here in the chamber. Okay, move on. Any questions for the officer members?
Chair.
So Gallagher, go ahead, please.
Thank. Probably have a couple, but I put the first one to the solicitor then around that, what the applicant was talking and saying there was collaboration, and he's talked about laws and policies, and there was some sort of agreement on that. Would you be in agreement of that analysis, Philip?
Yeah, Chair. Firstly, yes, indeed, there has been some collaboration ongoing in relation to it, and members will have received late item today, at the end of which is indeed set out a schedule, which heads, it's a table, if you like, a discussion paper outline planning application. The application number, 3 columns setting out the relevant issue, the applicant's position and the council's position. That's at the end of the paper there. That was an exercise that was undertaken with Mr. McAteer, which I think we both have accepted, or all have accepted, was a useful exercise in relation to the issues that are contained within that schedule. There's agreement in relation to some of those issues. There's disagreement in relation to some of those issues. But they're all fairly neatly set out. I suppose it would be remiss of me at this stage not to factor in the fact that perhaps there's a rather unfortunate distinction being drawn between collaboration with the with myself as council solicitor and with officers. I do not operate in an island in relation to this throughout. The position is set out as a position which is adopted in consultation with Ms. Barrett, Mrs. McNee, Ms. Fox, and so on. I would have to say that I think the position of the planning office as a whole has been collaborative in relation to that, and it wouldn't be fair to sort of single out one person as being more collaborative than another. That's not my experience. But there is a position which is set out in relation to that. In terms of the council's position in relation to this, it is as set out in the officer's report, and it has been as outlined by Ms. Barrett in terms of the presentation.
Thank you for that clarification there, Philip. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, and I suppose on the back of Mr. McAteer's comments, I was the person that made the comment earlier around it being a steep learning curve whenever the planning function was transferred to council. I am starting to question a lot of the advice and training that we received during that steep learning curve, because just the direction towards policy and the weight that's afforded the policy. Well, I suppose the information that Mr. McAteer provided the committee today is contrary to the advice that we had been receiving as committee members. And I suppose I just want to ask a question. I'm not entirely sure who to direct it towards, but just in terms of the figures that Mr. McAteer had quoted around the percentages that around materiality of each of the in terms of planning policy, in terms of other material considerations. I just want to direct a question around, is that accurate, or is there any basis to that? And just another sort of overall question, in terms of our local development team, has there been any engagement through the LDB process with the current applicant around that, or has there been any collaboration around this parcel of land and the local development plan? Thank you, Chair.
Philip, yeah, do you want to come in?
Chair, I'm happy to take the first of those questions in particular. Again, I think that I don't think there is actually a difference here in terms of the legal position in relation to weight as between ourselves and the planning applicant in relation to those matters. I mean, the percentages which Mr. McAteer has put in his table, I think he accepts himself, are where he feels appropriate weight lies in relation to those matters. But I think that is a personal opinion of Mr. McAteer, which he would be happy to stand over in relation to that. The key point is, as he has said himself, is that the correct arbiter of weight in relation to these matters is the planning committee. You are the arbiters of weight in relation to it. We would say that it is appropriate for officers to advise in relation to weight, but the arbiters in terms of weight are yourselves. In terms of the local development plan, subject to anything that Maura might say in relation to it. Again, I think there is no particular distinction to be drawn between ourselves and Mr. McAteer in relation to this, in that the area plan which applies in relation to this application is the Derry area plan. We would say again that the National Planning Policy Framework does deal with the issue in relation to planning policy in any future area plan. That is again set out, our position set out in the documentation that you have in front of you. And again, Mr. McAteer's position would be that it should be taken into account as a relevant material consideration. Our position would be that it's unlikely that it could be given any significant material weight. But again, I think there is a consistency of opinion between ourselves and Mr. McAteer in relation to this, that the correct arbiters of weight are yourselves as the planning committee.
Further questions to the officers?
Just Chair, just on the back.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Maura.
Just to think, Councillor Jackson's specific question regarding collaboration with the LDP team, I suppose that's a separate process in regard to the LDP emerging policies. And clearly, I honestly don't know whether or not a submission has made or a specific letter has been written in regard to this particular piece of land. But it would be considered in the normal manner through that separate process, not obviously in the DM process, which is this planning application. Thanks.
Councillor Dobbins, my apologies, I've not seen you. Go ahead.
It's okay, that's okay, Chair, no problem. Chair, I've got 3 questions here for the officers. Sorry, 2 for the officer, 1 for Philip. To the officer, Northern Ireland Water, you said in your report, had changed its mind from refusal to approval. I know there was concerns about drainage and sewage, etc. So could you just elaborate a wee bit on that as to why the change of heart? And considering the housing crisis, which we are in, you also mentioned that there was 2 other areas in the land bank. I know you'd mentioned the H2 area. Are these not already in the planning process for that other developers are putting houses into? And for Philip, when you said there's a consistency regarding the weight given to development outside the area development areas that we're allowed to develop, then what, with this consistency in mind, can I ask then, I'm having a wee bit of difficulty as to why is this still for refusal? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Philip, do you want to answer that first? Thanks.
Yeah, probably easiest to take that as the first issue in relation to this. The consistency that I'm referring to is between ourselves and the applicant is that the weight to be attached in relation to this, the final arbiters in terms of weight are you as the planning members. It's fair to say that there is probably, and this is I suppose the crux of this entire application, is that there would be a significant difference of opinion between ourselves and the planning applicant as to whether or not the various issues that he's identified can be given sufficient weight, or should be given sufficient weight, I should say, as to allow it to overcome the fundamental policy issue of the fact that it is development outside of the city limit. And I think that ultimately is the decision that is before you today.
Thanks, Philip.
Okay, Sarah, do you want to come in on the other question? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Dobbins just asked for some clarification about NI Water. And I suppose the information that we received from NI Water and their latest response on the 5th of May 2022 advised that they have been in discussions with the developer regarding the progression of a storm water offsetting scheme. And then that would enable NI Water to approve a foul sewer connection from the proposal to the existing public foul sewage network. So NI Water advised that an addendum to the NI Water Solution Engineering Report is being drafted to include additional storm removal options in conjunction with a sewer requisition to progress resolution of the issue. NI Water also stated that they remain committed to further discussions and working with the developer to find a solution in order to reach a position where they could support the application. NI Water have acknowledged that it is an outline application, and on the basis of the discussions, and I suppose that summary, that is why they've recommended negative conditions at this time. So hope it clarifies that point. Your second question, correct me if I've picked you up wrong, but I think you were looking for clarification on zoned housing lands H3, those lands of Craigan. So officers are aware that a part of that zoning is still undeveloped, and the area plan had indicated that there was potential for 742 dwellings on the H3 zoned housing lands. So there's approximately 335 units built on that land, and there still remains potential for 360 dwellings that could still be built on the H3 zoning. So hopefully that clarifies that. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you. Sarah, had you also mentioned another area, and maybe I picked you up wrong, but you were the H2 lands, I think, that you had H3, yeah, and Craigan, but you actually alluded to another area where this development would sit nicely, which is why my ears picked up, because I know that there's applications and they're within the planning process, you know, so how can this fit anywhere else? Thanks, Sarah.
You, Councillor Sarah, again.
Okay, through the Chair, just to clarify, officers are currently considering a reserve matter application on the H2 lands. Now, outline permission was granted on the H2 zoning for 3,000 units. That was what the outline concept indicated could be delivered on H2. So the first phase of the H2 reserve matters submission will become before members and members of the planning committee shortly. And within that application, it proposes 740 dwellings. But out of those 740 dwellings applied for, 420 of these units are proposed for social housing, and 250 units are proposed for affordable housing in that first phase of H2. So you'll also recall that there was modifications to a legal agreement, and it was agreed that the H2 site that could have a percentage, 40% of the cumulative total of housing on H2 would be for social housing. So an officer's, I suppose, assessment of that, what I was advising was that if the potential output on H2 was 2,500 units, there could be potentially in the future 1,000 social housing dwellings delivered on the H2 zoning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
you
you
very
Sarah.
much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Okay, sorry, John, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep it brief. Just a couple of questions. First, I'm just trying to see if my memory serves me right, and I'm fairly sure the city solicitor will know the answer, but it was referenced in the presentation by the applicant, and the reference was whether applicants could or could not approach elected members who sit in the planning committee. And as I recall, and this is where my memory maybe failed me, it was actually this committee itself who expressed the desire that applicants would not approach members of this committee. That's the way I remember it being. In fact, I think we were asked that fairly recently, and we all agreed unanimously that that would be the case. So it's no reflection on officers, if my memory's right. Would that be fair to say?
Well,
yeah, that's correct. It's a position of this committee rather than a statutory position.
Okay, thanks for that. Just to clear that up for the benefit of any applicants who might be coming forward in the future. One question, and I'm not asking an awful lot of questions here today because we've been around the houses with this one, so to speak, over the past while, and many of the questions have been answered both by officers and indeed by the plethora of information that has been sent our way by the applicants. And I thank everybody for all of that information. It certainly helps us to come to a decision. However, there's one area that I feel is a little bit grey, or where perhaps there's a difference of opinion, and that in a simplistic form, the question is there a ceiling, or will there potentially be a ceiling on rural housing provision? So is there currently a ceiling on rural housing provision? Question one. And in the event that this committee were to approve this application or put it forward to the department for an approval of this application, would that then potentially result in a ceiling for rural housing provision in the future? I think that's a key question that we need to know the answer to.
Okay, Philip, you'd maybe like to come in.
Yeah, so again, that's set out in the documentation that was submitted today in the Scott schedule. The future allocation of rural and urban housing is a matter for the emerging local development plan process. And details of location and how to manage housing developments approved or built outside the current development limit will have to be taken into account at the emerging local policies plan stage and will be a matter for members and officers at that time to consider. We don't think that that is a matter that members need to be concerned about for the purposes of dealing with this application today.
Does that answer your question, John?
It actually does, and I'm actually, perhaps I didn't express the question in the way that I had intended, but it does. It certainly helps me going forward. I hope it's of assistance to others as well. And clearly, of course, we do have an awful lot of work in the emerging local development plan over the next while, and I think quite a lot of that has been a source of frustration for any of us. One final question to officers, if you don't mind, Chair. And I'll put my cards on the table with this. I'm not inclined to overturn the officer recommendation here today. But were this committee to decide that that was what they wanted to do, then of course I would respect that decision. However, would we be in a position to then place further conditions at this point and at this juncture?
Or could you come in on that? Cheers, John.
Yeah, like always, Councillor Boyle, if members are minded to overturn the recommendation, then officers will obviously oblige with conditions, appropriate conditions, depending on what the issues are, you know. So we will obviously do what we normally do in terms of those situations.
Gallagher, please.
Thank you. Just a question for Sarah. Just see what's in the report. It's in the report that if this was approved, then this would set an undesirable precedent. And a question for me is, like, has the precedent already been set with the construction of Derry Moor?
Sarah, do you want to come in? Sorry. I think Maura wants to come in on this one.
Well, I suppose that application was dealt with some time ago, Councillor Gallagher, so it would be a matter of opinion. Officers had recommended refusal for that application, but members in the committee approved that application. So at the time, you know, officers would have had an opinion on that particular issue about development outside the development limits.
Mr. Jackson.
Chair, I don't have a question as such. On the back of what Councillor Boyle had said around, you know, this application's been before the committee before. We've had various predetermination hearings. We've had a considerable opportunity to hear from both our local planners and the applicant's agent today. I am minded to, well, no, I do intend now to make a proposal that we don't accept the officer's recommendation to refuse. And the basis for that is going back to the very substantial social housing need that's in place here in the city. And it was well rehearsed during the previous presentations of this application. And if anything, the social housing waiting lists have got even worse. And I know we've heard quite a lot around available zoned housing land and how that land is accessible. That land hasn't been utilised in the way that we would hope. I think the figures from the Housing Executive between 2021 and 2026 is that we need, in the West Bank alone, 3,000 housing units, 3,000 social houses to be built. The current rate of development is going nowhere near that. So this is an opportunity for us to further advance the provision of social housing on the West Bank of our city, and that, in my view, is a material consideration that we need to put considerable weight towards. These arguments, as I've said, have been thrashed out numerous times in this committee before, and in terms of consistency, that was my view before, and it remains my view now. I don't think there's been any material change since this application was presented to this committee before. So on that basis, I am proposing that we approve the application that's in front of us today. Thank you.
Can you just bear with us on that, please, gentlemen, because I have a couple of people wish to speak. I didn't pick it up on the thing in time. Okay, so I have Angela wishing to come in for a question for Maura.
I thank you, Chair. I do have a question for Maura. Maura, you see, with regard to setting a precedent, I was under the understanding that each and every planning application should and would be considered on its own particular merit. So what I just like you to either confirm that what I have believed since being in planning, since then I started in council, that that this was the way we had dealt with planning process and applications, that each one had its own particular merit. And Chair, I would like to second Councillor Jackson's proposal.
Thank you for that, Angela. We already have a secretary, which is Patricia.
I didn't indicate to second because Angela had seconded on the
Sorry,
chat.
apologies. Apologies. Sorry, Angela.
Right.
Yes, can't, but we'll have Maura wants to come in here and have a word.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come in anyway and a sort of a final clarification point. I suppose what I would be saying to members is, as a head of planning of this council, I think it's important that I highlight a few points before members, make a decision on this particular application. I think it's just important to highlight that it can confirm the land in question is located outside the development limit and in the current dairy area plan, and that the site is not distinguishable, and that the dairy area plan 2011 is the extant plan for this council. Furthermore, the proposed dwellings are on a site located in the countryside. Given the scale and nature of this proposal, it will, in my professional opinion, if approved, set a significant detrimental planning precedent for the city and district of this council. So therefore, I don't believe that this is a finely balanced proposal or finely balanced recommendation. I would be saying that I strongly recommend that we refuse this application based on the case officer's report and the summary of the facts that I've just outlined there. So thank you, Chair.
Any more? Paul, you wish to come in, and then John, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I start off by saying, like, I think the applicant, and today, and at the predetermination hearing, I think they've put a very compelling argument for this application. Look, I don't mind saying, like, I wasn't allowed the last one and got very protracted and all the rest, and I wouldn't have liked it, some of the processes that were undertaken, but we are where we are, and we have to look at this application as before today, because that was the legal right given to the applicant, and that we as committee members have to be open to the processes that. And when we look at it, and Morris just after saying it's outside the development, but that developments can and do be allowed and permitted outside developments when they can prove material considerations. And I think we have seen some legal opinions, and we've seen some policy opinions, and we've seen a great, Councillor Jackson says, a good bit on material considerations around housing, around economic development that we find ourselves in. And we find ourselves with another dead plan and a new plan emerging. And during that new plan, we've sat in here and in other rooms arguing around proposals that could go forward but can't go forward because of strict planning policies. But we should be considering leverages, and some of them leverages are in our LDP that we have thrashed out and have gone through some of those processes. And what I say about that is around land that is zoned versus unzoned land, and developers that are land banking and looking for the biggest pound going and are refusing to do developments where there's other unzoned land that we says if it's on the fringes that we could use outside the boundaries. So we have had a lot of those arguments, and I think those arguments can come into play when we talk about giving weight. So I think that we, as a planning committee, should be considering that as well. So for me, I think that I'd be looking to support this application. Thank you.
Can you pause those comments? John, please.
Thanks, Chair. Not an awful lot more to add, really. However, there are a few considerations, I think, and some have already been mentioned. I mean, it's undeniable, of course, that there's a housing emergency across city and district, and indeed, nobody knows that better than the people who are actually sitting in this room making that particular decision. But I am concerned about the precedent that might be set, indeed, bearing in mind, even here in the officer report, that this very applicant actually, when they did apply for the Derrymore site, as mentioned, actually at that time said that there would be a new defendable age to the city and a new defensible limit, and that's in inverted commas in this report. So I'm assuming nobody's being misquoted there, and that it wouldn't set a precedent at that time. And indeed, Councillor Gallagher asked that question of officers, and I think at that time, if officers will forgive me, actually, I think that was the advice that officers gave, but this committee approved that on the basis that it was a very logical rounding off of the boundary, so to speak. However, that's history. Just to refer back, and again, there's a question on this for officers. So in the event that this committee do perhaps overturn the recommendation here today, and I know there may be a wee element of how long is a piece of string in this question, but how long might one reasonably expect an application of this nature and this size to come to fruition? Bearing in mind the commentary that we have heard in relation to the housing emergency across the city and district, because my first assumption, and correct me if I'm wrong again, as to the officers, will be that in the event this committee overturns this decision or this recommendation, then this would then have to be reported to the department in Belfast, who could take a considerable length of time as well. So, I think, when you bear all that in mind, and then you bear in mind actually that this committee have passed very many applications that will allow for quite considerable number of social homes already. And of course, the H2 lands do bear significant weight in that for me, particularly that 1,000 homes element of it. You know, as I said, the question is really how long is a piece of string? And if we overturn the recommendation here today, is it guaranteed to alleviate the current housing stress that people are living through? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anybody else knows the answer to that. But I wouldn't want to be disingenuous and making promises to people out there they're going to get 250 houses built in this particular area when we don't know how long that would take. And I think it's fair to reflect that particular element of a decision-making process. But look, people are free to do whatever they want. Before we do go to the vote on the proposal, Chair, in the event, Chair, if it's premature, and I can come back to it, but I would like to put one condition of my own on this, if officers feel it would be appropriate to do that before the vote, and if not, then I can come back with it, if you don't mind. I'll take advice on that too.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jackson, can you just bear with us a second? I'm going to let Maura come in here on this one, if you don't mind, just speak about it.
I just want to answer the question Councillor Boyle raised about the notification procedures. So you're quite right. The notification direction for major applications in regard to DFI would apply in this case because it is a major application and would significantly prejudice the implementation of the local development plan and its objectives and policies. So we would be obliged to notify the department. And then, of course, members are fully aware that there is a process then of consideration whether under Article 17, whether the application is held and they take time to consider whether it would be a formal call-in. So yes, that would apply to this case. And in terms of timelines and conditions, in terms of planning, we would only have control over the commencement of development within a number of years. And clearly the standard condition would be 5, so I think members are aware of that. And I think that's really all I wanted to say. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. And just in relation to the conditions, there's draft conditions contained within the report, and I'm content with those as part of the proposal. But on the back of the comments from the head of planning, and I fully respect the professional opinion from our head of planning, and our local development plan is in place to help guide development in a sustainable way. My motive for the proposal is based on the social housing waiting lists. And over the past number of years, we've seen those grow in a way that is not sustainable. And this is one step that we can take alongside our efforts in drawing up a new development plan. But this is one step that we can take to try and reverse the growth in waiting lists. So this is, I suppose, in terms of sustainability, the one thing that I want to emphasize before this goes to a vote is that the status quo isn't sustainable in terms of those that are waiting to get housed on the social housing waiting lists. So that's my motivation in terms of making this proposal. And whatever comes out of that, whatever processes need to be followed, I suppose, as a committee, I'm proposing that we take a step in the right direction in terms of supporting all those that are waiting to be housed within our city and district. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you very much, Christopher. I think we'll move on now to, just bear with a second. Right, can you just bear with us a second? There's no actually draft conditions in the report at the minute, so we're just going to get one of the officers to speak on that. Andre?
Sorry, just through the chair, what we have in the report is a standard practice. When we're recommending a refusal, we would have reasons for refusal. So we're just going to let Andrew come in here in terms of how we would go about the process then, if there was an overturn. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify, we don't have any. Sorry.
People online can't hear you, Andre.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify, we didn't have any refusal, or sorry, conditions, draft conditions, placed on the planning report, and it has reasons for refusal. So the process now would be.
Andre, sorry to stop you, but there's a lot of feedback coming through there. Can you maybe switch your computer off or something there?
Can I just check if that's okay for members? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify, the procedure now would be that if members are minded to overturn the officer recommendation to approve the application, that we would be carrying out the notification procedure to DFI. Depending on that procedure, if the application comes back to be decided by officers or by the council, we will at that stage progress the application and bring it back to committee with recommended conditions with the application.
Thanks for that clarity. Everybody happy with that now? Sorry, go ahead, John.
That's fine, Chair. No, that was fairly, I was aware of that particular element of it, and that's why I asked the question, because there's one condition I would have liked to have added here today for officers to bear in mind, at whatever the outcome. Looking at the plan as presented, I know it's outlined, but it doesn't fill me with great hope in terms of sufficient amenity for children. I don't see a children's play park. Now, Derrymore has over 50 homes in it already. This would be a further 250. And I would like us as a committee to build in a condition to ask the promoters, to instruct the promoters to provide a children's play park facility. And in my view, it should be as good as anything is provided by this council, if not better. This is where we've found over the years, and we've seen other developments over many, many years where these sorts of facilities were not provided for children. And this council are playing catch up with that. I see plenty of open space there, but I don't see any mention of children's play facilities.
Okay, members, thank you very much for that, John. Okay, Right, so we have a proposal by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Dobbins, that this committee to overturn the officer's recommendation with conditions, a playground facility, be shown in the plans going forward. That's okay? Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, okay, reserve maps, yeah, okay, thank you.
Take it, Chair. You want me to take a vote?
Yeah, please.
Thanks. So, members, just to remind you, this vote is proposal not to accept the officer's recommendation. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
Or.
Alderman Keith Kerrigan,
Against?
Alderman Hilary McClintock, apologies. Councillor Jason Barr,
Or.
Councillor John Boyle,
Against?
Councillor Angela Dobbins,
For Maura.
Councillor Paul Gallagher,
Or.
Councillor Christopher Jackson,
Or Maura.
Councillor Dan Kelly,
Or Maura.
Councillor Patricia Logue,
Or.
Councillor Kieran Maguire,
Or.
Councillor Philip McKinney,
Or.
Councillor Sean Mooney,
Or.
So Chair, that's 10 for, 3 against.
Proposal carries. It's now 25 to 7. Okay, we should have finished at 6 and I appreciate the officer staying on that. So we're going to call it a day and reconvene tomorrow at 2 p.m. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Thanks, Chair. I'm afraid I've got another commitment that I have to deal with tomorrow, Chair, so I'm just going to put in my apologies in advance of tomorrow's meeting. I'd hoped that this would have been enough today, but there you go.
Okay, I'm giving my apologies as well, and this is my last one.
Chair, it's Angela here. I'm in the same predicament. I'm unable to attend tomorrow, and I was going to, at the end of the meeting, I say, come in and say, listen, you've been grand as a chair. It's not easy, especially with the hybrids. And yeah, you know, good luck to you. And a well-earned break that you're going to get. You'll be glad of it. But Chair, can you just note my apology for tomorrow? Thank you.
Angela?
Chair, can I just, oh, sorry. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. And it's your last one, but I have to say you've done a great job. Planning's probably a very hard place to be. As a committee member, it's even harder up there in the chair. So I have to say you've done a great job. Well done.
Paul?
Just like to echo those sentiments too. Well done in your years, Chair. But I'm afraid I have to add to the apologies. I have 1:30, which may run on the after 2. Now, I was intending to attend later, but that's a long-standing engagement that I can't get out of. And when I actually made it, I forgot about the planning. But I'm going to be late. It could be 3 o'clock before I'm able to join.
Thank you, Angela. John?
Chair, I just, obviously my colleague, Councillor Dobbins, has already expressed thanks. But again, on a personal level and actually also on behalf of the entire SDLP grouping and Derry City and Strabane District Council, to join in the fulsome thanks and praise for your efforts here this past 12 months. Today is a very good example of how very difficult it can be, particularly when the gremlins get at us. So again, thank you, Philip, for your time commitment and your effort. Thanks, Philip.
Thank you for the very kind words. Can't even operate the button right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Chair, it's just the sort of come on the back of the sentiments that have been expressed to yourself, as somebody who sat in that chair prior to yourself. I want to commend you in the way that you've conducted yourself in a really fair and equitable way right across the board as chair of the committee. And as others have alluded to, under very trying circumstances, this isn't the easiest of committees to chair in normal circumstances, but they try and do it either remotely or even more difficultly and in a hybrid fashion. But you've managed to steer us through it, and I wish you very best in in the years ahead. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Christopher.
Chair, just in the back of that, I feel compelled now. Everybody else has spoke, so I might as well say someone as well. So feeling left out. Just to echo everybody's sentiments and just to say thank you for your year as chair, and you've done so well. And on the back of that, good luck for next year, anyway. Thank you.
Chair Sean, and I hope to be on the committee when it comes through again. I want to stay on the committee, to be quite honest. Don't know why, like, but I think Derek wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just add to the thanks from everyone else, my own thanks to yourself on behalf of myself and indeed of the party. I think I gained a valuable insight to yourself when we attended the planning event in Edinburgh, and your commitment to the idea of planning and the good it can produce for the area that we all care about and represent. You did take on, probably outside of the position of mayor, what I would regard as one of the most onerous chairing positions within council, and you took it on and carried out that duty, not just to the best of your ability, but to a level that did yourself, your party, and our council proud. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words. Thank you. And good night, everybody.